So I've activated the live stream. So
Excellent. Look forward to the link.
All right. The link is going to copy the URL. Okay, link's been passed.
Wonderful. So let me go grab that. There we are. Okay. That should take us. There should be some echo in a matter of seconds here. Gang stalkers are already present.
Oh, are there thumbs down? Because
and we will hear from. Yeah, 5 of them. Yeah.
5. Oh, okay. The bastards, man. Because I checked
people that. Yeah.
I checked before and there was 0. So now they realize. So I might flush the stream even before that. That way we'll catch them at the last minute. My God, you know.
So we know the link works.
Remember 2 weeks ago I mentioned that we were like fighting the raccoons here, displaying the raccoons from the house. This is almost creepy, but one of them, there is a creature inside the croft of the house, like inside the, you know, the under the roof, that space. No, it's essentially crawl space, but here it's been blown with insulation, but I'm right underneath the roof, and I hear an animal like wake up now and then and just kind of like crawl around, scratch, and I know it's a raccoon because I can tell trying to communicate, and it hears the raccoons outside. I don't know how it got inside the roof. I went on the roof, I checked I took a look and inspected it, and I didn't find any opening or crawl space how it could possibly get in. But there is a creature inside there, man, so we might have to trap it out. We have a cage. Anyway, so that's been like every like at 3 or 4 around 5 in the morning they like get active and start talking to the animals outside, because that's when they're on the prowl. You know, you get foxes here and a couple of foxes, skunks, and raccoons sort of plundering the neighborhood for goods. But this creature wakes up whenever they're out there. So I've been up at 5 in the morning, and then I like fall asleep later in the day. So I haven't been up that much during the day, only early and then late. Ramona hears us, both of us. So we're doing good.
Yes, as does Daniel Larola. So we're heard through much of the North American continent, and I'm certain we would be heard all the way to Hawaii if our Grand Madam Judith were there. We had it on. So aside from that, I want to thank you for relating that creepy story about the raccoons. And now let me see if I can get this live link up in the last minute remaining prior to the top of the hour. And it connects well. That's good news. And here we are. Let me get this listed. Aside from that, of course. Oh, my goodness. We are at 4:59 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And we will be on in a matter of moments. Our dear friend Pavel Pravana, our executive producer, will, until that period of time, kind of take us to the top of the hour with little observations that occur concerning anything that comes into his mind. Something like that.
I'm just gonna
okay.
I'm just sharing the links.
Just gonna what?
I'll spread the link, the live link too, a little bit.
That sounds good. We've got the live link here on the personal friends page now, and live link is up, and it is the top of the hour. It is now 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and our transmission officially starts. So I'm going to ask our wonderful executive producer, Pavel Pravara, if there's anything he wishes to share with us before I dive deep into transmission. Well, dear brother in battle, what comes to your mind? Anything to share with us on the official transmission? Burn the bandwidth a bit before you go mute.
I was trying to think if there was with regards to political situations and that. I gotta think a bit deep. With Europe, I watched a little bit of debate in the Parliament, in the British Parliament. They live streamed it through YouTube, and so today Theresa May and Jeremy Corbyn, they were at a funeral of the young newspaper reporter that was killed. She was through a terrorist attack, yeah. And they attended the funeral. So I watched a little bit of that session. It just kind of popped in there. That was interesting. And you get to see how divided they are and what kind of thing is there, what's going on there with Britain. So I don't have any observations to share actually at the moment. Yeah. Though outside of that.
Well, I think that. Yeah. I definitely appreciate your bringing that up. The young lady was murdered by the new IRA, the new Irish Republican Army, and this is the wave of the future if Brexit brings a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland itself. So let's hope that this is not the wave of the future and that Brexit is somehow going to miraculously maintain a soft border. Otherwise, this will be part of the trauma which will continue to take place until we have a united Ireland, which will be far more likely to happen than a United Kingdom remaining united, because both Scotland and Northern Ireland have much to offer the world, and they intend to do so by retaining themselves in European Union, and they will secede, the both of them. The Ulster will likely become a protectorate of Scotland at that point, and of course, both Scotland and Northern Ireland and Wales and the Republic of Ireland can all be linked quite easily by tunnels that could be built between them. Not nearly as burdensome a project as the Atlantic Channel was, the Channel Tunnel. And so we will have a future for a Celtic coalition in the North Atlantic, separate from England, which will truly stand alone. And I have, of course, my advisements towards England in that event, and we will go into them at some point in the future. Our marvelous monitoress of the closest thing we have to a chat room, which is our personal friends page on Facebook, Ramona Halitha Henry. Grand Madam Ramona Halitha Henry is with us, and she is active. She has published her Golden Star. I do suggest that Pavel scroll and find that somewhere on my personal friends page. And from there, we will, of course, be able to reach a wider audience. I recommend, of course, everyone seek out the Golden Star as published on my personal friends page by Grand Madame Ramona Halitha Henry, on which she appends and enters many links that vet and verify the subjects that I myself bring forth. And as well, want to thank everyone who participates in the closest thing that we have to a chat room, my personal friends page on Facebook. Look forward to feedback from everybody as to the technical quality of our audio as we progress in transmission. And I have a surprise for everyone. I still hear Pavel. Was there something else you were going to bring up, sir, before you go mute? Because that might be, of course, our surprise. So our surprise, of course, is that botanists have rediscovered a rare Hawaiian flower with a drone. So drones have proven more useful for other productive efforts than just terrorizing and provoking animals. The Hibiscus delphus woodii, a relative of the hibiscus, thought to be extinct, was seen for the first time since 2009 on a sheer cliff face on the garden island of Kauai in the Hawaiian archipelago. And we've brought a rare flower that we found on that same garden island on with us tonight. My volcano crown princess of the Pacific, the Grand Madam Judith Ager. Introduce yourself there, lady.
Aloha. Aloha, Douglas. That's the first I've heard of that. You are above and beyond what I know already. But yes, the mountains in Hawaii are sheer, and they have ridges, very deep ridges, and so they can't be reached by normal means. So the drone finding these flowers is amazing and wonderful. And there is much to discover in Hawaii, and finding new species all the time here. So that's wonderful to hear. The hibiscus. Yes. Did they mention what color this flower was?
I'll try and look it up. I think that what I'll do now is look up hibiscus Kauai. That's K-A-U-A-I. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done that without you. Hibiscus Kauai discovered by drone. Let's see what that brings us to. Extinct hibiscus flower rediscovered in Kauai, Hawaii via drones. And I'm getting, it looks like a kind of golden yellow.
Yes.
Like kind of, okay.
Yes, there's many colors, but the gold and the dark red are beautiful and very unique in Hawaii. And they close up at night, you know. They bloom in the morning, and you can put them on a table, pick them in the morning, you can put it on a table without water, and they will be sitting there all day long. And then as it becomes nightfall and the sun starts to set, the hibiscus flower will close up. It's very lovely. Yeah, it's very lovely. It's nice to be here, and thank you for all the prayers and the prayer shout out. I'm feeling much better, and I'm happy to be with you today, and maybe talking about some of the horrific issues that are continuing to take place in Papua, West Papua. Yes, because they're escalating again. They're moving more of the native Papuans out of their forests. There's a new push. They've criminally sold permits to swath the Amazonian type jungle that is in West Papua. West Papua has the second largest forest in the world. It's very much like Brazil, and you were mentioning Brazil, I believe, in your last program. And what's interesting is that what's happened is West Papua was discovered by the Dutch. The Dutch owned West Papua and Indonesia for many, many years, and they gave Indonesia independence, and the Indonesian government asked if they may have West Papua. And once the Dutch said no, the Papuans have a unique cultural modality, and they're the indigenous people of this area, and no, you can't overlord these people. And so they gave West Papua to the United Nations. And the West Papuan people asked for it was called the Freedom Vote. Let's see, what was the name of the free choice. It was a free choice vote, and it came to pass that what the Indonesian government did was they round up about 1,000 or so West Papuan men from their jails, and at gunpoint made them vote for Indonesia to be their to watch over their sovereignty and to be their, for a better word, dictators. So this happened about 30 years ago. Was this took place, and what has happened since then was the United States, after Indonesia became independent and then became the sovereign dictator of West Papua, we sent our geologists over there to map out and discover the land there, because we knew there were forests there, but what they discovered were these huge veins of gold in the mountains. One of the biggest mountains in the world is, let's see, I forget the name, not that I could pronounce it anyway, but one of the largest mountains in West Papua has now had its mountaintop capped off. West Papua has a gold mine that is the Gadsburg mine, and this is during the Kennedy administration's reign. We went down there and we seduced Indonesia with our military might, with programs. We trained their military. We gave them military munitions, and we got a lease for gold mining this area of West Papua, which has been an environmental disaster for these people. First of all, they've destroyed the mountain. However, the worst of it is the cleaning of the gold mine, the stripping, and the water used to do so has impacted their waterways. They have very, very lush valleys and waterfalls that are now being chemically destroyed by the the rushing of the mining operation. The Gadsburg mine is the largest gold mine in the world and the third largest copper mine in the world. It's located in here it is, in Indonesia near Puncak, Puncak, Jaya, Jaya. It's the highest mountain in Papua. Has about 19,500 employees. It is owned by the Freeport-McMoRan Corporation, and that corporation owns 90.64%. Then the Freeport Indonesian principal operating subsidiary of Indonesia, the Indonesian government only gets 9.36% of what comes out of that gold mine. And they just recently, though, their lease was up a couple years ago, and America and the corporation, the CEOs of the Gadsburg mine went and did and were able to convince the Indonesian government that they should have their lease renewed and mining should be continued. So what also too is that there's blocks. There's a block A of mining and production activities, and the block A is, they have it in certain blocks of the country. So what they've done is they've divided the country into blocks, and the various blocks show where the next destruction of West Papua is going to take place. And Block A, which they're now operating in, is 27,400 acre area, and it conducts exploration activities. And an area called Block B is the area in acreage is 413,000 acres. And all of Freeport's proven and probable mine reserves and current mining operations are located in Block A, which is where most of the operations are still taking place. The production of, as of 2006, for copper was 610 tons. For gold, it was 58 million grams, and for silver, 174 grams of silver. So this is a very, very profitable investment for the American people who are share owners and so on and so forth, to the detriment of the West Papuan people. And what's happening now is, and why I'm pleased that you have I want to also tell you what I found out was that there's 250 separate languages among the Papuan people and tribes. And that also there is, Papua is the Mala word meaning frizzy-haired people. And the Makana, the Macassans, these were people that first discovered Papua, and what they did is they came ashore and got sandalwood, bird of paradise feathers, and slaves. And this began the exploration of Papua, but it wasn't until the Japanese were there during World War II that America turned its attention to this little area. The Japanese invaded West Papua during World War II and took over their, everything in their immediate, how would I say, living life. They said that for the most part they were treated somewhat well, but it was a pretty horrendous occupation. And after Japan left, Japan was, fought over, and they left, and so the occupation was gone. But in 1945, the American military went in and found valleys, and then they went into the highlands and really discovered the rich sources of resources that could be had in West Papua, and we've been there pretty much ever since. In and out, yes. Is there anything that you wanted to share about the Indonesian/Papuan?
Oh, yeah, just to put things into some perspective, because, of course, of the immensity of the Pacific, there are so many ways to approach this. But the important thing to realize is we have several factors going on here. We've got the factors of the geophysics themselves. I'm sorry, go on.
Shall I put my timer on? My little timer?
I'll definitely make it as quick as possible to contextualize.
Okay, I'm just teasing you.
Oh, yeah. No.
All right, go ahead. Yes.
That's right. Thank you. And yes, I need you here for our humility. And so just to kind of contextualize this for everyone, our volcano-crowned correspondent from the Pacific is in the Hawaiian archipelago, where the world's tallest mountain technically resides, and that's Mauna Kea on the island of Hawaii.
Mauna Kea.
Thank you. Taller than Mount Everest, because we're counting actually the way geologists do from the ocean floor to where it breaks surface, and it's a dormant volcano. And but at the same time, as tall as that mountain is, some sources claim that Papua New Guinea's Mount Wilhelm, named after the Kaiser Wilhelm, from when the Germans, of course, occupied that part of the world, and that's why the ocean in area is named the Bismarck Sea. And this was all once German Polynesia on the one half, divided with the Dutch, who overtook the majority of the largest archipelago in the world, Indonesia. So Papua New Guinea's Mount Wilhelm is about 4,500 meters, about 15,000 feet. And in the mountain that's being referenced by Our Lady Egert is Puncak Jaya, or known as in the Dutch, Karsten's Pyramid, named after one of the original scientists on expedition in area, the highest summit of Mount Wijaya, or Mount Karstens in the Sudirman Range of the western central highlands of Papua Province, as it's called by the Indonesians. What they call it in their language of Bahasa is Irian Jaya. So there we have that to just kind of give it some perspective geographically. Historically, the gold was first discovered in 1936 by the Dutch geologist Jean-Jacques Dozy, D-O-Z-Y, his surname being spelled, who climbed the world's highest island peak, as some people claim the forbidding Mount Karstens to be. And even though it's on the tropics, it is covered in snow. It's that high. It goes up into the colder areas of our atmosphere. and it's a silver crag, and it was then in territory of Dutch New Guinea. And during the 4,800 meter ascent, Dozy noticed an unusual rock outcrop veined with green streaks. Samples he brought back confirmed exceptionally rich gold and copper deposits. And today, these remote, sharp-edged mountains are part of West Papua, Indonesia, and home to the Grasberg mine, one of the biggest gold mines and the third largest copper mine in the world, majority owned by the American mining firm Freeport-McMoRan, which is an acronym. It's a portmanteau of three, or at least two separate surnames, I believe, McMo something, and then the Ran, R-A-N, but they just call it Grasberg. It's now Indonesia's biggest taxpayer, with reserves worth an estimated 100 billion United States dollars. That would be 80 billion pounds sterling. But a recent fact-finding mission by the Brisbane Archdiocese's Catholic Justice and Peace Commission described a genocide, a mass extermination taking place in West Papua, warning that its indigenous population is at risk of becoming an anthropological museum exhibit of a bygone culture. Because since the Suharto dictatorship annexed the region in 1969 in a United Nations referendum, seen by the United Nations itself as a fixed land grab, an estimated 500,000 West Papuans have been killed in their fight for self-determination. Decades of military and police oppression, abduction, and torture have created a long-standing culture of fear. Local and foreign journalists are routinely banned, detained, beaten, and forced to face show trials on trumped-up charges. And undercover police regularly trail indigenous, religious, social, and political leaders, and children still in primary school have been imprisoned for taking part in demonstrations calling for independence from the largest Muslim empire on earth, Indonesia, where the state religion is Islam. So this is an Islamic aggression, invasion, and genocide of an independent nation state. So take it from there, honey.
Okay, well, yes. Just recently, there was talk of opening up Block B, and what that entails is a landmass the size of London would be bulldozed and all the forests cut. And there's been a outcry. Even Norway has pledged $1 billion for reform and to fight this project that they're starting. The project is such that they went into the area that they want to bulldoze, and they have been putting phosphate. I'm not sure how they are doing this. I would imagine it's from planes, but they've been pouring phosphate over the jungle. And many of the Papuan people or the villagers in the highlands have been extremely sick and are dying because of this. And then they are being, they're fleeing from their homes because the land around them is being polluted with this phosphate and phosphorus. Phosphorus. And so this is this new agenda happening. So, and how this came to be was none of this is done through a specific corporation. What happens is that this person showed up. His name's not important. John Baru. He showed up and said, look, I have all this land. It's in the forest in West Papua. And if you want, you can buy into this and I'll get a permit for you to excavate the land and chop down all the trees. And what the intent is to put plantations to grow palms for palm oil. And Joko was primarily against this operation, but he put a stop to this operation after all these permits were allowed. And what people need to go on the land and to change it and make it into plantations is a permit bought by whoever is holding the permit. They can't sell permits outright, but they can sell, like, say, Douglas Dietrich Corporation has bought a permit to have this specific area of land in West Papua. So you bought the permit with a specific corporation. They're not selling it to people. That would be against the law. But when there was some investigation done, they found that these corporations are shell corporations. They don't even really exist. They found one of the shareholders and the CEO of the corporation living in a little apartment in Jakarta. It was a woman, and she was a janitor in her 60s, and she didn't know what he was talking about. So this is all very under the table, and they're finding now that the trails leading to Singapore, is Singapore and Hong Kong, or is that two different places?
No, it's different places.
Different places. So it's Singapore and Hong Kong is where the main characters that are pulling the strings. These are called the puppet masters are in Hong Kong, and also the Yemen. There's a Yemen family, and Saudi Arabia is also involved in this. But you're not going to find the big people who are doing this. So what they're planning on doing is deforesting this area with a logging company that desecrated the land in Borneo. Borneo, yes. And they are now in a effort to make more plantations, palm oil plantations, which and why that's a very bad thing to do. Well, it releases carbon into the air. To cut down this many trees, the carbon that's released into the air is very bad, serious for the environment. But it also, what they do is they burn a lot of these tracts of forests, and the orangutan population has been desecrated by this. There's been people who have gone into these areas to save the orangutan from the burns. These are burns that are taking place on the land, and the people are now literally being shot and murdered. One of the children and his father, a 1-year-old, and his father were taken into custody by the military. In Papua New Guinea, in West Papua. I don't know if there's any way that this can be changed. One of the things is the untouched rainforest and the home to these tribes. The money involved is $80 million. That's how much has been generated by these how much has been passed through different hands, has come to about $80 million. So this is a crisis, but it's also done by corporations, again, where you can't find who the people are who are controlling this insanity. And there's money to be made. The people are going to be dealt with in a very violent and sometimes killed for this money-making project. And we'll have to see how it unfolds, but it's one of the more serious environmental issues hitting the world too. It's for the carbon lockup in the forest to be released into the atmospheres is quite, it's not good. Right.
That's right. This adds to the global warming.
Yes.
To give people some of a perspective on this,
yes.
I was someone who specialized in combat with the deployment of phosphorus, and I did so on a personal level to the point where people who were in some third world areas that were entirely uneducated with this kind of chemical phenomenon thought I was literally deploying flame with my bare hands. I got very skilled at the kind of, shall we say, the tossing of phosphorus in such a way that I wasn't using the normal methods of deployment, which would have been grenades. But white phosphorus causes injuries and death in 3 ways, and this is what is being aerosolized and deployed by the Muslim government of Indonesia. This is an Islamic war, and that must never be forgotten. And so this is an Islamic aggression. It's a violent form of colonialism, probably one of the most violent in history in terms of the kind of aggression of Islam at its worst. Now, I do a lot to defend Islam in the sense that I try to prevent Islamophobia in terms of irrational reactionary and reflexive prejudice and bias and just stupidity when it comes to the ignorance about Islam and its accomplishments. But at the same time, Islam, when abused, when misinterpreted by fundamentalists and extremists, it results in the most violent colonialism ever to manifest because of the destruction mostly of cultural artifacts, such as the Buddhas in Afghanistan, or the ancient Babylonian works in Iraq and Syria. What we have in Indonesia and more generically Indo-Asia into Oceania, because the Papuans are an oceanic culture. They are not Indo-Asiatic. The Indo-Asiatic peoples have, as a state religion-sponsored Islam, a horrific kind of Soviet-paralleled bureaucratic detachment about their genocide. And in terms of their genocide, they're deploying these genocidal elements in the manner that Winston Churchill did in the Malayan campaign when they deployed defoliants, and the way the Americans did in Vietnam. And these deforestation technologies, these chemical defoliants, will, of course, destroy a race by destroying its genetic composition. With the Vietnamese, they have aborted fetuses that spontaneously aborted due to the deformation of the babies that are examples of what defoliants do within a mother's womb. So they're intending to eliminate future generations of the native population from reproducing by deploying these weapons. So in the more immediate sense, on the living peoples of any age, white phosphorus causes injury and death thricefold by burning deep into tissue, by being inhaled as a smoke, and by being ingested via it just landing on your taste buds or into your drinking water. Extensive exposure by burning and ingestion will ultimately result in deaths. And in terms of the most recent deployments that emphasize the chemical dangers of phosphorus, which spontaneously ignites on contact with air. That's why people would think I was just tossing flame with my fingers. You can just toss it out, and if you do it just right, you can just set someone on fire, as if you snapped your fingers. So at the same time, it produces toxic fumes, phosphorus oxides, and these react violently with oxidants, halogens, some metals, nitrates, sulfur, many other compounds, causing an immediate fire and, of course, an explosion hazard. Burned down entire complexes using this technique. And the horror of white phosphorus is it burns to the bone. The moment that it lands on your skin, any particulate microscopic element of it, then what happens is that if you put a Band-Aid over it, it'll just keep burning through your skin underneath that Band-Aid and burn a hole out the other side by the time you lift that Band-Aid the next day, right through your arm or whichever limb or body part that's landed on, including your lungs. And where we saw most of this was with combat in Fallujah, where the Americans invaded Iraq and a significant civilian population was living. And the injured were affected by American deployment of phosphorus that created horrendous burns. American forces were deploying and employing white phosphorus in populated zones And so this was a war crime that's so far been unaccounted for because the weapon's ability to cause grievous and inhumane injuries. People have been calling for its outlaw as a weapon of war for decades at this point. And the interactions of phosphate metabolism with serious injury. I could go on about the burning issue of white phosphorus, but definitely I think people at this point understand what I'm saying without my needing to go into what happens. If anyone needs to see physical evidence, take a look at what the Israelis are doing. On YouTube, you can see the impact of white phosphorus on the human body as deployed by the Israelis on a 15-year-old boy in a Gaza hospital receiving what treatment they can give him, which is to cut off all parts of his body which have been exposed to phosphorus, because that's the only way to get it out of his system. So with that, we return this now. Understand that Gaza doctors are struggling to treat deadly burns consistent with white phosphorus. Dozens of people were affected over many years by this in Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip. And so at any rate, I return it with that to bear in mind. These are the allies of Donald Trump, and they will continue their genocide in Southwest Asia as the Indonesians are conducting theirs in Southeast Asia. So from one arc of Asia to the other, we have both the Jews and the Muslims and the Americans in between with what they did in Iraq, an axis of pure raw evil of all the monolatries, enough to turn anyone towards paganism, in essence of what's being done in the name of God against his own will by men who claim to interpret his word and represent him on the ground. So with that in mind, honey, take over again.
Well, one of the issues is the fact that the Indonesians don't consider the Papuans human. They're part of the Pacific Negroid race, which came from the south of Asia, and they do not.
Yes, Dravidians.
Yes, thank you. And they settled in West Papua and many other places in the Pacific archipelago, as well as Africa. They walked literally to Africa at one time, but they are not considered human beings, and therefore they are treated less than animals, or used for, they have pictures of them killing the West Papuans as trophies. They're just not treated in a that has anything to do with human, and so it makes it easier for them to do these wide scale movements of these people, get them out of their way so that they can continue on their bent to destroy. Well, actually, it's about money. It has nothing to do with God or spirit or who's invading who. Basically, Australia, New Zealand, America, no one's really stepped in to put a stop to this. However, what happened not too long ago in January, what happened is the United Liberation Movement for West Papua had amassed 1.8 million West Papuan signatures, and they brought them to the United Nations for a people's petition for the right in the Rights Commission. So a people's petition for rights, human rights commission, and there's now talk of maybe reassessing the freedom of vote, the Freedom Act, and maybe allowing the West Papuans to maybe vote. Now, there was a vote that took place just recently, and what the West Papuan people were able to do with the help of Benny Wenda, it's amazing. When we first reported on this, years ago, Douglas, the situation was much more sad. And the United Liberation Movement for West Papua was just kind of starting to get off, and they were interacting with the Samoans, the Fijians, the Melanesians, to come to their rescue, to come and vote against Indonesia being allowed into a trade commission. And they did not allow West Papua to have any sovereignty and to be able to vote about issues dealing with this area of the world. But 60% of voters were boycotted in the 2019 Indonesian elections in West Papua. So what happened, and now CNN was not allowed to, there's no media coverage in this election, but the West Papuans came out in mass, and 60% of that population made a concerted protest, and to the point of getting beaten, killed, shot, families, you know, thrown into the ocean, whatever they do. And they made a real impact and a lot of noise against the Indonesian government and the election of new people, which I don't even know who they are, and I don't care who they are, because it doesn't matter. It's just a different face. And so they are getting more politically heard around the world, and the Netherlands has really played a large role in making sure that the white world of Europe is informed of this genocide as well. Mm-hmm. So go on, please.
I wanted you to tell us a bit more about Benny Wenda.
Oh, Benny Wenda. Well, he lived in the highlands. He was the son, one son of many. He was very close to his mother, and when there was an execution of people who were raising the morning flag, about 30 years ago, there was the West Papuans were given permission to raise the morning flag. That's their flag, the Morning Star flag. I'm sorry, and the morning star is the first star that you see when the darkness, when darkness is ending and the light of the sun is coming up. You'll see one star, and this is their emblem, the morning star. They had made flags, and they decided on this certain day. It was in Timora massacre.
Timor, yeah, the Timor massacre.
Thank you, massacre. And what happened was, I believe Benny Wenda was involved in this, maybe not specifically, but this is when he awoken. And this massacre took place. They raised the morning star, and the military came in. The military, after creating a lot of bloodshed and havoc in this town, what they did was they rounded up the West Papuans and put them on a boat, took them out into the ocean, and threw them overboard. And this is how they dealt with this protest. So many people were, and while they were in this boat for a number of days, they were raped and tortured and mutilated, and then they were thrown overboard. I want to get the sequence correct. And after this incident, he became a spokesman for the atrocities. He also ended up in prison. And what happened in prison, there's a number of people. He made friends with I believe a journalist who was English. And this English journalist got a message to him in prison that they would get him out of the country. I think he was slated, and he was known as a major force to be reckoned with, and that the Papuan people were following this man, Benny Wenda. And so they kept a close eye on him, but they managed to get him, I'll make this short, they managed to get him out of the prison, and they, in the dead of night, they got him on a boat, and they took him to England. And he has been away from West Papua since, which has caused a lot of sadness and grief for him. But his family was, one of the reasons too, I believe, was his family was taken out and shot. I'm not sure which members of his family. I think his family was desecrated when he was a young man, and so this led to his protesting of the military in their sovereign states, you know, the West Papua state of West Papua. The sad thing is he's been going around now teaching and letting the rest of the world know what's going on in Papua, but not necessarily has there been a lot of, no one has come up and said, how can we get you restored to your sovereign state? There doesn't seem to be any, I don't know how they would do this, even if the world itself stood up and said, we're not going to put up with this anymore.
Yes, it's the most. I'm sorry. Go on.
It's a sad. It's very sad because the Papuan people are for the most part very, very primitive. They're extremely primitive, and their ways are very, very powerful, and they're very aligned with nature and Mother Earth, Gaia. And that's probably one of the reasons that most of the indigenous people are being destroyed, because they have chants and prayers that help them to raise the dead, to move material, physical material, rocks and boulders. There was prayers and chants said to create fires or put fires out. I mean, the indigenous people of the world, one of the main things was to destroy their culture, to desecrate themselves as a species. And you know, the Menehune that are talked about in Hawaii, they were referred to by the first peoples of Tahiti. Now, the Tahitians were extremely violent race, and brownies or Menehunes were desecrated by the Tahitians, but they are still in existence. And in fact, in the Maori chants and legends, the Menehune would come out at night, perform tasks or take care of people who were being mistreated, and then they would burrow in, and they supposedly lived underground. These people lived underground, and that's the belief here in Hawaii. There is a group of pygmies, well, they're pygmies in Africa, but Dorpa, D-O-R-P-A, in Tibet. There's a whole race of 4 foot, 3 inch people in that area, very high in the mountains, and they are also part of this lineage of Menehune, and well, we call them dwarfs now, but Hawaiians in Hawaii, they're known as the Menehune, and they were called brownies by the other peoples that they interacted with. They were the workers of the society, and they were part of the world that existed at that time. They were part of the fairies. And
I was about to say that the Pacific and Oceanian Fae, or Fae folk, the fairies. Yes,
yes, they were part of the fairies, and they were. Let's see. I have it down now. Hold on. The Hawaiian creation chant talks about how the garden was surrounded by volcanoes erupting, by huge reptilian long-necked creatures, by large, huge birds flying overhead. But in the Garden of Eden, or in the garden that's in the Hawaiian creation chant, all things were beautiful and completely, within how would you say? They were it was perfect. It was a garden. Yes, thank you. And so what happened was, as Garden of Eden was being created, and the rest of the world was being created along with the garden, there were folk fairies. There were the moho, which were beautiful mermaid-type reptilian women. They were all women. And the moho would sunbathe on the rocks, and then they would dive down deep into water. They were both water fairies, but they were called moho because they were lizard-like creatures. Then there were the brownies or the minahunis who would feed the moho and the other elementals beings that and these elemental beings were the ones that kept the in the Hawaiian creation chant. It was a woman. She was the first woman, and she was designated to be in the garden by herself. And then it was God himself that came down and impregnated her with the first human from her loin. And this first human was a red-headed, darker skinned, but pretty light-skinned, red-headed being. And then she had 4 other children, 5, 2 females and 3 males, and they all represented each of the races that all of us come from. So it was called the Tranquil Land of Dawn, and the natives who dwelt in that section migrated to South America and then became Mayans and Aztecs. So every species started in the southern part of Asia. Is that correct? Yes.
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 Certainly all of the Oceanians, many people call that the Taiwan origin theory on the island on which I was born.
Yes.
That humanity it flowed forth from there. So go on. Yes, please.
Okay, so the Minahuni folk were the equivalents of the English brownies. There's elves and fairies. The Minahunis, the brownies, were friendly tillers of the soil who burrowed holes in the ground and lived beneath it. They ranged in height from 3 inches to a foot, and they dug around the roots of plants and chased each other around the bases of smaller vegetation in Tani's Garden of Eden. They were also elves or epas who towered by a couple of feet over the brownies, and the epas had long pointed ears, elongated arms, and huge dangling hands, long skinny legs, and huge floppy feet, upon which they balanced clumsily. Their bodies were empty and constituted of a phlegmatic mass of etheric matter over which a moist, glistening skin was tightly drawn. They drifted listlessly around in a trance, never eating, simply breathing through their huge gaping mouths, the mana in the air. So mana is the word for food or energy. So we when we give a person a part of our clothing or a piece of jewelry, you should clean it first, but also be careful who you take things from because it has their mana on it, their mana. And then there was the tapui. These were fairies who lived above the ground in blossoming branches. They were tiny winged creatures, and they were feminine in shape. And they flew from tree to tree. They got flowers, and they never entered the lower realm of the brownies and the elves. The brownies and the elves were like earth creatures, and these were air creatures. And then the one that's really interesting is the water nymphs, or who played in the pools, or who are known as the moho, which are another word for dragon, or we call them geckos. So you have to be careful. In Hawaii, there's geckos in our homes, and if you want them removed, you do it carefully and lovingly. You do not hurt a moho because it's bad. It's bad juju to do that. Right. But so this was the Garden of Eden as told in the creation chant in Hawaii. It was quite lovely. You know what the reason for the desecration of the whole according to the creation chant, the destruction of the Garden of Eden came when the brother and the sister that the first woman had given birth to, they started having sexual relations, and it was through these relations brought about by the eating of the forbidden fruit, which was a taro. There was a taro plant that was planted at the entranceway to many of their homes. It was a protective plant. It was there. It was planted for protection, but no one was allowed to eat of the fruit because it would stimulate you sexually. I guess Viagra, and
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And so the children, the female and the male, mated after partaking of this fruit. It's very
aphrodisiac. Yeah.
Yes, it's aphrodisiac. And she got pregnant, and then she was thrown out of the garden. So there begins this, the story of how we lost our way in the garden because of we violated the law of mating with our family member, and then not telling, hiding from God the outcome of it, which was a child. So yes, that's. Is there anything? Is there anything else you'd like to?
Oh yes, that's wonderful. Before I go in the direction that I want to take this in terms of the occulted or the hidden historical sense, I do want to remind everyone a little bit about the more immediate history of the Second World War and why it was so justified on the part of the Japanese, and why this is brings us directly back to the Book of Creation of the Hawaiians, and how that impacts us today with the migrants and the refugee issues that are impacting the Pacific world, strangely enough, out of Southwest Asia, where much of our conflict is ongoing between, at this point, Russian aggressions and the Americans in Syria, as an example.
Right.
But to go back to...
and just recently, the peoples of Japan, the Ainu peoples of Japan, was just recently granted. They were recognized, let's say. Yes. They were recognized by the government of Japan as first peoples. I guess you would call them first people. What happened?
First Nation of original peoples.
Yes, and why this is so significant is because the Japanese government forbid the Ainu. They took away their rights to have access to. They were
hunter-gatherers.
They were hunter-gatherers, and they would go into the forest to hunt, and they were very proficient gatherers. And what happened was they were taken over by the Japanese government, and they were pushed aside and I don't know if they were put in designated areas like we did to the Indians, but the law now grants the Ainu to observe and maintain traditional practices such as collecting wood in the national forest and catching fish in rivers using time-honored traditional methods. Now, they're, like the Eskimos' time-honored traditional methods are harpoons, killing whales. So, people can make opinion or have an opinion about this, but the fact that the government has approved legislation to legally recognize and preserve the cultural practices of the Ainu indigenous people of the Upper House. They are on one island, the Aikido. Am I saying that right, Douglas?
The Mikado. The Mikado, the
Hokkaido? No.
Hokkaido, the island.
Hokkaido, the island. Thank you.
The northernmost of the four major islands, yes. The frontier island, go on.
Right. So this bill officially recognizes Japan's Ainu as the traditional indigenous people of the area, of their land, of their country. However, the Ainu still have a long way to go because it's just a first step in recognizing and promoting the culture, the industry, and tourism for these people. The Ainu people are struggling. Now, they've been doing this for centuries to to be their fishing culture. And in 1889, the edict was forced the group into farming, and the overall decline of century-old heritage were lost. So this law was abolished in 1997, and now they're trying to preserve a lot of the indigenous peoples' traditions. They have a museum and a park that they're going to open up in 2020 in the Shirito town of Hokkaido, and where they've lived for centuries. And its other name means Russian island. So there's another indigenous people that are finally getting recognition, but it's so far. It's a century old, But yes, so please. Take over, Douglas, for
It just shows you the tragic irony of what goes on in one's own domestic, shall we say, just politics, when one deals with the indigenous peoples of one's own culture while being perceived as a liberator of others. Now, for those out there who are listening to us, who are overwhelmingly, of course, of Western cultural heritage, there's going to be a confusion at first, but try and think of this parallel or analogy. You have the Americans who conducted a heinous extermination campaign against the First Nations of original peoples throughout North America. And when they go into the Pacific during World War II, the Americans portray themselves in cinema as liberators of the underdog, or the Filipinos in the islands of the Philippines. Of course, this goes through just several layers of nuance that most Americans, of course, are so ignorant of. It's beneath pathetic. It's contemptible. It's actually contemptible because, of course, as Daniel Arola, our Kali Maestro grandbrother in battle here, can tell anyone, Filipinos are not all the same. You've got a very large archipelago of islands, the second largest in the world next to the Indonesian islands. And on the 7,100 islands of the Philippines, well over 7,100 of them, you've got all kinds of minorities that never leave the fucking forest, and like the Igruit. And when they go down into the villages, they walk in a single file. Everywhere they go, they walk in a single file because that's what they do up in the mountains, because they're always surrounded by bramble brush. And because they're surrounded by the various foliage, their paths to walk are always very small, so they walk one behind the other. So they do that wherever they go. They walk in a single file in a line when they're going into the cities. And you can instantly identify them by that habit as Igruit, people from the hills of certain islands of the Philippines. And so you have indigenous peoples of Taiwan, the island on which, of course, I was born. And these were the people who are the source of so many of the races throughout Oceania. And all people need to do is look up the origins of all Pacific peoples from Taiwan, the Taiwan origin theory, as they call it. And this points out the only logical source point, the nexus for all of humanity that traveled out of Taiwan into the rest of the world. And so where I was born is the source of us all in so many ways. And so when we have this kind of nuance already, the complicated situation, which is not that complicated if you just take into account the context in which I have placed it. By the way, Daniel Arola has said that the Igruit are spelled Igorot, should anyone wish to look that up, the Igruit of the mountainous peoples, the hillbillies of the Philippines, and actually indigenous peoples. I shouldn't deride them like that.
Thank you, Douglas.
You're welcome, honey. The rest of the Filipinos are highly, many of them, most of them, the overwhelming majority, are highly European in many ways, with a lot of Spanish blood pumped in, and they're heavily Hispanicized. And then the Americans came in, and it all went downhill from there. And then, but the in terms of what we have with the Japanese is the Ainu are purely Caucasian. They are 100% essentially Caucasoid. So this is why you had the kind of colloquial concept of the Russian Isle that was mentioned by Our Lady Judith Agert. By the way, Daniel's pitching in again. He says, now there's rich Igorots buying up land in provinces, according to my younger distant cousins, probably to build resorts and casinos. Good for them. Good for them. I almost said Aquinos instead of casinos because, of course, the president of the Philippines was a relation of Michael Aquino, who has Filipino blood in himself that he always denies violently. And that was an Aquino ruled the Philippines and, of course, ran off stealing everything he could that wasn't nailed down like the majority of Filipino leaders do before he ran away to Thailand.
Didn't we take him out of the Philippines and gave him, he came to Hawaii, and I believe he died here, didn't he?
Actually, what you're
okay.
Marcos.
Marcos. I'm sorry. Yes, it was the Marcos. That's right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Who Daniel actually, in his experience, had a positive experience with, and he feels that compared to the following losers that took over after the fall of the Marcos dynasty, comparatively speaking, the Philippines was on a spiral since that point. It's only
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we took. I mean, I believe the government, our government, took the Marcos. They dethroned them pretty much and brought them to Hawaii. And it was in Hawaii they ended their, they lived out the rest of their life. And they did. Yeah, and they demonized them horribly at that time, about her shoes, all her shoes. Oh my God, it was awful. But they were, they worked and they dealt with the American government, probably through CIA and FBI. And when they are lucky. Usually when they're through with you, they do like they do with Gaddafi. They throw you in a hole and beat you up and kill you.
Yes.
So I mean, Hawaii is not the worst place you could end up, but
it's the best. But go on.
Yes, yeah. But the Marcos were, they did wonderful things for the people in the Philippines.
I mean, of course, one could argue either way. The Marcos dynasty, comparatively speaking, was definitely benevolent. It was benevolent, comparatively speaking. And in terms of the one thing that stands out most for someone who experienced life under the Marcos regime with someone like Daniel Rolla was stability. And but in terms of stability and security, which is more important than anything to most people in the world, far more than even the right to vote. But in terms of, and Daniel brings up the Aeta people, A-E-T-A, pronounced Aeta, are among the indigenous black tribes of the first peoples in the Philippine archipelago. And he mentions that they still exist up in the mountains and probably are almost perceived on the level of fairy folk or dwarfs or whatnot in the Philippines. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Right.
But in terms of what I was going to say about Japan in particular, what happened was that the first peoples of the Japanese archipelago were all white. They were all these Caucasoid Ainu. And so when the Japanese invaded and overtook the islands and interbred with the Ainu on all the three major islands beneath the frontier island of the north, Hokkaido, that accounts for the reason why the Japanese are the hairiest Asians of all Asia. The Japanese have the ability to grow very bushy beards, unlike any other Asians throughout Far East Asia. And so they have this tremendous composition of Caucasoid genes that are in them. This is why they are known for highly scientific reasons as the Caucasians of Asia. And as for the pure Caucasians, they drove them further up north to the island of Hokkaido, where, of course, that's the Japanese version of the frontier west in the United States. And that's where the Ainu made their last stand, and where the Japanese military government, the Bakufu, later moved in, and it decimated the population to a great extent via mining and, in a very real sense, enslaving the original peoples. At the time of Emperor Meiji and the Japanese Civil War, in which the emperor reestablished secular power, then the Japanese Emperor Meiji enacted laws to educate the Ainu people. He felt he was being enlightened by acculturating them, but this was the equivalent of the Catholic or Christian schools that destroyed the culture of Native Americans in Canada and the United States. So it is now finally, unbelievably, this year, just within the last few months, within the opening months of this year, that the Japanese have enacted a law recognizing the Ainu peoples as indigenous. Of course, this falls short of what's really needed, but it's a step forward. The cabinet has approved a bill to recognize Japan's ethnic Ainu minority.
Douglas, did the Ainu have a different bloodline than most other Asians, or is it the Japanese in general whose bloodline is different than, say, China or Taiwan or?
Oh yes, very definitely. Okay. It's important to remember that there's a parallel to be had here between the Japanese and the people of the British Islands. Bear in mind that the British Islands, for the overwhelming majority of Earth's geologic history, which of course is far older than that of humanity, but nevertheless, as it impacts humanity, the British Isles have, for the longest period of time, the majority of human history, been uninhabitable, literally uninhabitable. And that was because there was no Gulf Stream going north throughout the ice ages to render the British Islands even habitable by human beings. Simply, it was like Greenland was until recently. Now Greenland, of course, is, for all intents and purposes, melting. Its surface ice cover is melting at a way I'll go into in terms of later in this transmission. But Britain melted and became kind of like, Britain melted, its ice cover melted, rather. It's kind of like Greenland's is now, and became habitable in the sense somewhat analogous to Iceland. Which, of course, Greenland is all ice, Iceland is all green, though Greenland's melting now in terms of ice cover, and Iceland was made habitable by the volcanoes, which Britain doesn't have. I'm sorry, go on, honey.
The bloodline.
Yes, I'll get to that.
Okay.
I'm pointing out the fact that in the way that it's parallel, the British Islands, once they became habitable, became swarmed with various Europeans, and they became very hybridized. There's no such thing as someone who is English. In other words, an Englishman is nothing other than a hybridization of Germanic, Scandinavian, and Celtic peoples to create a population base that is distinct only in the sense that it's hybridized to a stabilized degree. After massive Viking invasions and the Roman expulsion of the Celts and the invasions by the Romans that interbred with the English, who then took on much of the Roman acculturation system, what you have is something that we know of as English. But the original English, according to their own anthropologists, this is not me speaking, but the people of their highest universities, based on deoxyribonucleic oxide, the original English were black. From Europe, black people that had migrated onto the islands, and then after multiple hybridizations, became what the English are today, because the successive invading races were evolving ever whiter skin to deal with the successive ice ages. That, according to historians of the Feyfolk, or the fairies, led to massive population changes and humanity's very ability to interact with those former populations that were once teeming across the surface of the earth. In the case of the Japanese, the original peoples were all white on the islands. And the Japanese were created from successive waves of immigration and hybridization to become what we distinctively know of as the Japanese. Now, in terms of their own recorded history, which goes back thousands of years, the original populations were from the now sunken continent of Mu. And Mu is a landmass that is now known as Zealandia. You can look this up. Zealandia is the 7th or 8th continent by all scientific geophysical definition. This is not a cult definition. This is scientific. And so what cartographers, geographers will insist is that there are more continents than meet the eye. And the continent that is unaccounted for by the common man is the continent of Zealandia, which comprises, via the mountain ranges that are still above the waterline, what we know of now as New Zealand. So from that area of the world, New Zealand, where, of course, our Pacific correspondent herself, our volcano crown princess of the Pacific, Judith Ager, has relations.
Right. It's called Aotearoa. Aotearoa.
Yes, Aotearoa. Thank you.
Aotearoa is the indigenous name for New Zealand. Aotearoa,
which means the land of the long white clouds.
The cloud, yes.
Yes. And so around Aotearoa in the Maori language, around those islands, there is an enormous landmass which is submerged. That is counted by geologists and cartographers and geographers as a continent in and of itself that is so near the surface that it is literally and scientifically a sunken continent. In other words, it is almost unnaturally beneath the surface of the waves. The reason this is because according to the Japanese documents from thousands of years ago, this was a massive war that took place that deployed weapons which were so advanced, ours pale by comparison. They were only rediscovered by Nikola Tesla when he developed scalar weaponry. And the scalar weapons which were deployed turned the surface landmass of much of Mu, now Zealandia, into an almost soup-like quicksand that literally melted, dissolved, deconstructed compositionally, demolecularized, disintegrated beneath the feet of its population base in the midst of this cataclysmic conflict.
Is this considered the war in the heavens, where it talks in the Bhagavad Gita about the flying of their one of their deities, and that there was a nuclear holocaust that turned the sands of the deserts green with the ovaling glass. Is that correct?
That was a different battle. That was a different battle of what may have been a series of global wars.
Yeah.
In the Bhagavad Gita, what is described is the glassing of areas of the Thar Desert and other areas within South Asia, the subcontinent of India area, and that is potentially a different war altogether, or potentially a different battle of the same global war. Okay. And that was known as the War of the Gods. And all of this, was the War of the Gods that was perverted and exploited by a cultic quack by the name who started the various so-called Sumerian myths, and that was Zecharia Sitchin. Zecharia Sitchin took just fragments of genuine history that can be found by experts in the Bhagavad Gita and Japanese culture that, of course, have nothing to do with some quack like Zecharia Sitchin who just wrote a bunch of crap and published it for the Americans to get a kind of, and the West in general, to get a kind of perverted, mutated perspective on this history. But in terms of what did happen, at that period of time of the sinking of the continent, the Japanese, or rather the population, the proto-Japanese, the people who would become the Japanese, the Yayoi culture, they were able to escape in large part the sinking of the continent by the use of teleportation, as we would call it today. This is why all over Japan there are torii, the shaped gates. These gates are shaped like the Greek letter pi, and these gates are all over Japan to represent the ancient teleportation gates that were deployed by their priesthood of priestesses. It was a priestesshood, a matriarchy. And this is why Japan was originally a matriarchy. And these shamanist empresses were the people who shepherded the population off of the island of Mu onto Japan. Now, one of the reasons this war was ongoing was the hybridization or interbreeding between the Hachiuri, or the serpent people, the dragon folk, and the Japanese, the original population of Zealandia, or Mu, when it was all above the surface of the waves. And therefore, all Japanese have the dragon bloodline in them, those with the purest and most strongest indications of the dragon bloodline are, of course, of the imperial family. The more that it is pronounced, then the more they are distinguished by nobility in Japan. And this dynasty of Yamato has transposed, relocated from the fall of Mu, is lasted over 3,000 years on the islands of Japan. Now, the people they displaced were the original whites. So the whites were exterminated, massacred, bred out of existence, to where their last population base is on the frontier island of Hokkaido. And the word Ainu simply means people, and anthropologists would refer to these people who called themselves as just the people. They would refer to them as the hairy Ainu, and that is because they were considered so shaggy as opposed to anyone else in East Asia. And because of the Japanese interbreeding with them, the Japanese are consequently hairier than, they're able to manifest more body hair than any other East Asian ethnicity. And in terms of the Japanese, after that original migration, then there was the fall of the original Hebrew tribes in Southwest Asia. And the original Hebrew tribes, this being the most recent mass migration, migrated in large part to the islands of Japan. And that's when you had, during a period of a single century, the transformation of Japan from a megalithic culture working with stone into an iron-working Bronze Age culture, from out of the Stone and Iron Ages into the Bronze and Copper Ages of mass manufacturing of weaponry revolutionized by the incoming Hebrew tribes. So the original heirs to the Davidian throne are in Japan. This is why the imperial family maintains its sword and shield and sacred mirror, all in secret, because they bear the shield of David. So this is why the Americans wanted to exterminate them, was to exterminate the bloodline of Christ. The Japanese themselves have the body of Christ's brother, who went to Japan and died there after becoming a farmer in Japan, as well as, it is purported, the skull of Christ, whose body is buried somewhere on the Silk Road in Central Asia, north of India, en route to his skull being carried to Japan to be laid to rest beside his brother. So all of this is in the annals of the Japanese people, never ever expressed in the West. There is also two other influxes of ethnicity, that of the Chinese, of course, the Sinitic, of which my mother's bloodline descended from, that of the Kyushu dynasty, which was established by the alchemist of the original first emperor of China, the Yellow Emperor. And when Wan Di, and the Yellow Emperor, decided he was going to seek immortality, he demanded that that immortality be realized for him by his primary scientist, his alchemist, and he dispatched his alchemist to the far east of China, to the coast, to retrieve the elements that would make immortality possible. And when he dispatched that alchemist, he dispatched him with no less than 3,000 children, 1,500 girls and 1,500 boys, which he demanded the alchemists use for human experimentation processes to perfect the elixir of immortality for himself. The alchemist was appalled and told the emperor a lie, that he would do so, but he needed to go further west than the coast and actually travel to the islands of ŴyeA, of equilibrium, which the character ŴyeA translates into, in order to retrieve the herbs and the medicines of those islands of immaculate equilibrium for the emperor to realize his immortality. And when he did indeed travel to Japan, then the alchemist Jian Zhong Guan Li, Juju Zhang Nao, at that time, he was affiliated with the imperial dynasty. He resettled in Japan with all of the children and became the emperor of the Kyushu dynasty. It was very similar to the kind of dichotomy you have between the King of Scotland, the King of Wales, and the King of England. And of course, because there could only be one king, then the King of Scotland was dethroned, and his heir today is known as the Duke of Buccleuch. But should Scotland sever from England itself, from the United Kingdom, then what would happen is the Duke of Buccleuch would again become the King of Scotland. So when it comes to the alchemist who resettled in Japan, he became the emperor of a rival dynasty to Yamato, and ultimately, at the time of the Hebrew migrations, the advanced weapons then developed by the Japanese culture were used against the Kyushu dynasty, and the Kyushu dynasty retreated back into China. That is the dynasty from which my mother is descended, she being half Japanese, half Chinese, her father being Chinese, and her mother being Japanese, and she herself being born in Tokyo. So aside from that migration, there was also the migration of the Aryans from South Asia, and this is why Adolf Hitler declared the Japanese to be the Aryan relations of the Nordic Aryans of Europe. So all of these migrations created the Japanese people as they exist today: Hebrew, Aryan, and Sinitic, along with the original Caucasians that inhabited the island, the Ainu. And all of that is a stable, hybridized genetic platform, their gene pool, as it stands today. And so it's parallel to the British experience in generation of ethnicity, as something to give people an understanding of exactly what happened. But what they were dealing with in the North was very much a frontier situation, and now, thankfully, the original peoples of that First Nation are being recognized as such. Ainu simply meaning human. And so in terms of the Japanese recognizing them, let's hope there's more for the future. And in terms of some level of sovereignty, so that they can, like many other peoples, like the Igorot in the Philippines or the Native Americans in the United States, start juicing the tourists with, casinos and the like, and improving, hopefully, their quality of life and maintaining their culture so that people can appreciate it for millennia to come. Other than that, the way the Japanese dealt with the Indonesian situation was very much part of the story that brought us to the genocide the Papuans are experiencing today. When it came to that explorer that I had brought up, the Dutchman who was climbing what may very well be the world's highest island peak, Dutch geologist Jean-Jacques Dozy, back in 1936, he had not set out to find gold. His goal was to scale the region's highest glacial peak. But his discovery sparked the interest of Freeport Sulfur, later to become Freeport Minerals Company, and then through a 1981 merger with the McMoran Oil and Gas Company, Freeport McMoran, whose board of directors included the well-connected Godfrey Rockefeller, serving from 1931 until the early 1980s, after which his position was taken over by Henry fucking Kissinger, who served as the chief executive officer from 1988 through 1995. And today, the indigenous tribes, such as the Chamorro and the Ænglobastardized claim their communities have been racked with poverty, disease, oppression, and environmental degradation since the mine began operations circa 1973. The sediment from the mine has raised the riverbed, suffocating the fish, oysters, and shrimp on which the Chamorro diet and economy are traditionally based. A 2012 report from Earthworks and Mining Watch Canada asserts that mine waste from Grasberg Mine has buried over 166 square kilometers of formerly productive forests and wetlands, and fish have entirely disappeared. Although the Chamorro still try to eke out a living fishing and foraging for food, they now have to struggle to find paid work. And locals fear that the government's controversial transmigration program, which resettles native Indonesians from high-density islands such as Java to low-population areas, is wiping out their population completely. In other words, the Muslim Indonesians are using Papua as a frontier on which to resettle their citizens in what we would call a land grab, similar to when the federal government of these United States opened up the Great West for land grab by all Americans to stake out whatever they could fence down as their own. And
Douglas?
Yes, honey?
Yes, they are. There's a concerted push to bring the Indonesians to West Papua to settle in these plantations or these designated areas. So they're creating this migration very clearly and very systematically to bump off the people on the properties or lands that they're on and replacing them with these, for a better word, immigrants from Indonesia. So that and they're taking the Papuan children away from their families and educating them. They're literally taking them away and flying them to Indonesia, Jakarta, so on and so forth, Bali, and educating them in their religious schools. So it's quite disconcerting what they're doing.
Yes, it's equivalent. I'm sorry, go on.
No, it's a spiritual, emotional, and physical destruction of of a whole peoples. And in this day and age, it just should not be allowed. In this day and age, when you can see it for yourself, it's not like we don't know what's going on in different parts of the world. Now with the internet, everyone is connected, and for something on this scale and a genocide so openly created and continually being supported, for any peoples to see this happening, it's only a matter of time before they designate another group. And if there's gold in the Mount ɁYEA, you better believe that the Hawaiian people would be pushed off this island to mine it. So, yeah, it's very disconcerting.
Yes, so what's going on now in the island of Papua, which is one of the largest islands in the world? Yeah. The island of Papua itself is enormous, and it's on the far eastern end of the largest archipelago of islands in the world, Indonesia, which has 71,000 islands. Just as the Philippines has 7,100 islands, the Indonesian archipelago has 71,000 islands, plus so many islands that many of them have never been named. And what they're doing is taking their people off those islands, and they're moving them onto this large island to displace the indigenous population. It mirrors the land rush of 1889 that was spurred by the 1862 federal homestead law. And so the settlement patterns are much the same.
And England did that to the Irish. The English government rounded up the Irish and put them in boats and sold them as slaves to the new colonies. And their value was even less than the Negroid slave in the plantations. They did the same thing. They got rid of the indigenous Irish, the Irish people that were, bothersome to them. They took them on boats. They destroyed families. They, broke up families. They took the women and the children and they sent them on boats to the colonies. And it was there that they were indentured servants. And they were mistreated much worse than the slaves that were on the plantations originally. And then there was the breeding of the black skin and the Irish women, and they created a new race that was to be used in the homes.
Yes, a kind of house nigger.
Yes,
for that
the house.
work.
Yes, they were bred the mulatto looking, and one of the worst atrocities was, I think it was Lord Cromwell who did this to the Irish people. He was the one that broke up the families and sent 100,000 Irish to the United States, or the 13 colonies at the time, and they were terribly brutalized by both the black slaves on the plantation as well as the white slave owners. So that's another tragedy, and that's exactly what the same thing. They brought them away from where they were to another place to settle in and to be used as slaves.
Right.
Yeah.
And thank you. And in further parallel with the American frontier west, when the Civil War had ended, sparking people's need to occupy the West, as so many of them had been displaced, the Oklahoma land rush of 1889 was the first land rush into the unassigned lands, as they called them. And the area was open to settlement, and it provoked the bloodiest and costliest Indian War with Native Americans in United States history. Now, in terms of the Papuans, they had, in the case of World War II, something the Native Americans were not blessed enough to have. In World War II, the Papuans had the Japanese to fight on their side. So what happened was a phenomenon of occult proportions in which the Papuan peoples prayed for rescue. This was known to anthropologists today as the cargo cult phenomenon. Mm-hmm. In the Melanesian Islands, of the southwestern Pacific, the millenarian quest for the gods took the form of these cargo cults. The eruption, and that's spelled with an I-R-R-U-P-T-I-O-N, the eruption of Europeans into tribal life was quite literally inexplicable to the conservative, traditionalist native cultures of these islands. Who were these white men, and why were they so rich, so powerful, so murderous? And the missionaries said the white man's strength came from God and Jesus. But even when natives converted, they remained poor and weak, starved and peripheralized. Eventually, out of their first-hand observations, mangled Christian doctrine, and their own native lore, tribe after tribe, like the ghost dancers of the Native Americans in the American West, discovered their own truth. God in New Guinea, called Godbanab, in syncretic union with their local chief divinity, meant for the natives to have the cargo, fine weapons, liquor, clothing, and what came off of all of these European and American ships, and they sent missionaries to bring it. But the missionaries that they sent to confront the whites to get this cargo were murdered because the whites wanted something the natives didn't have: money. And so when they thought about the white missionaries coming into their country and saying they had to convert in order to get money, then they felt that they would need to divert the cargo to themselves. So they tried to discover the secret way to order this cargo. They could open bilong cargo, open the road of cargo, whereupon God would send them all the good things and punish the greedy white men with a cataclysm. And so to open the road of cargo, entire tribes tried to reform their ways. Sometimes these reforms involved destroying native food, idols, or weapons to demonstrate complete faith and total surrender in their faith to the arrival of superior cargo replacements. And this destruction merged with missionary magic, as they called it, and traditional offerings of spirits to the bilasim table, the decorated table, the ceremony in which a sacrifice is burned on a table set in European fashion, inclusive a white tablecloth. And calling the cargo also took a European form. It involved building replica airstrips or dockyards out of palm fronds, bamboo, gourds, and other local materials. And then what happened was, when all of these cargo cults emerged, starting in the 1890s in New Guinea, what they prayed for finally came. World War II. And the evading Japanese were received as angels because these non-white military soldiers of samurai in Western-style uniform, khaki and steel helmets and bayonets, the missionaries, and executed them en masse. So they were seen as the delivery from the white man and their missionary oppression all across New Guinea, as far east as New Caledonia. The tribes knew that the new age of cargo magic and cargo paradise was just over the horizon.
Douglas, also the Papuans were not treated all that much better by the Japanese invaders. They were pretty rough on them because there again this idea that the Papuans aren't really human or less than human. And then the Americans, to liberate West Papua from the Japanese, and they had another demigod to, deal with after the Japanese were run off the island. And then the Americans came and built strips, airstrips, and that's when America started not getting involved necessarily, but looking around at the land of West Papua as a way in which they could be in the Pacific and keep an eye on things in the Pacific. But they were also greeted as liberators too, the Americans.
Well, in terms of what the Americans brought was an endless amount of supplies that they all just dumped from the air without any concept of retrieval because they just had that much to drop.
Right.
And so when you had food or crates thereof literally falling out of the sky, what you had in the end is this syncretism of Christianity that is now very distinct. And, of course, this cargo cultic Christianity, the lokago, the rules of cargo, is what is the firm belief system or cosmology of the indigenous Melanesian Christians, who comprised 96% of the population circa 1971. But the Indonesian genocide has now left them making up a 48% minority, with numbers expected to fall to 29% by the time Trump runs for president next year, by the year 2020, if migration rates continue from Muslim Indonesia. So ethnic Papuans will comprise just 29% of their own population by next year. This is, of course, a monumental humanitarian crisis, all the more inexplicable because Australia has this large, aggressive Muslim genocide taking place just feet away from them, up north, a distance they could swim, and they consider Indonesia to be an economy vacation resort. They consider it the way Americans consider Mazatlan or Baja in Mexico. And they go there to disco it up. And, of course, this has resulted in incidents like the Bali bombing, directly connected to Osama bin Laden. And so you have that. I could go on, but go on, honey.
No, I was going to say that... what was I going to say? I was going to say that Bali is a vacation destination for a lot of surfing, the surfing crowd, and honeymoon destination. And the Papuan or Beniwenda has been, preaching the willingness of people to not come and vacation in Indonesia and support the West Papuan movement. And one of the ways to do that is, of course, not support the tourist industry. But those islands are extremely beautiful and they're now accessible. So many Europeans go to Indonesia for vacation, holiday time. So and they did move a great deal of population off of the coastlines to start making resort vacation destinations. Remember when what was his name? Justin and Jeff Clark.
That's right.
Who did the movie? What was that, Douglas? We had them on the program.
That's right.
Yes.
My volcano crown princess of the Pacific, she brought two of these surfer dudes on my program back in the battle days of Revolution Radio. Yes. And these guys came on once and then became intimidated by my reputation. And of course...
Never heard from them again.
Oh, yeah. They wouldn't dare to come back, yeah.
come back. But actually, Jeff has gone on to do a lot of productions in different areas, and it was also Ryan Gosselin, who is a great advocate for the Papuan people. He is also an actor, but it was Jeff and Justin, Justin was a producer, and they discovered West Papua and the Papuan people, and then the Papuan genocide, and made a documentary about it a number of years ago. God, I forget what the name of the documentary was, but anyway, they were shocked and horrified, and they were so happy to come on the program and have us promote this documentary. And they discovered the oppression and the destruction, the genocide of the people there. And their concern was the fact that Indonesia, along with a lot of, Australian, New Zealand, American investment going in and taking the people's land or moving them off the beach areas. And they were doing so at that time period when Jeff was over there with Justin filming a documentary about surfing. It was a surfer's documentary, remember? Right. And then it segued into, oh my God, look how these people are. They were horrified and dismayed by the treatment of the Papuan people during the filming of this surf epic movie, and they also traveled up into the highlands and interviewed some of the Papuan people and leaders.
They lived
with them and they videotaped their concerns about their lives and their lands and their right to exist. So it was the beginning of the Papuan how would I say, genocide becoming realized to a lot of us.
Right. The best way to
go ahead and say it.
The best way to express it would be to say that not that they discovered the genocide, but that they exposed it. They did so at great risk to themselves.
Yeah,
but what they did was they hid their cameras, which if those cameras had been discovered, they would have died. They would have been, the Indonesian military would have killed them and just said that there had been a surfing accident or they had an accident on the trail. They would have done something to make certain the bodies were never recovered.
Right. Well, they were closely watched too by local politicians and military, and they did. They once they discovered and exposed this ongoing travesty, they have kind of quieted down. But the movie did get made, and it was well received around the world. And Benny Wenda has met with Jeff many times, and he was interviewed. So it's. Go ahead.
Just to put this into perspective for you,
yes.
In the last few independent conversations I had with them, the most important thing to emphasize, aside from everything we already have, giving them, of course, the due propers, the credit for risking their lives for human justice, one of the issues they wanted to emphasize was the fact that this is a Black Lives Matter issue. This is a genocide against black people. And so you have a modern genocide against a black population by an aggressive and invasive Muslim empire right off the coast of Australia. And all of this is surrealistic. It's literally unbelievable. And yet, when one of the last few conversations I had with them, of which I never had many, just the independent conversation which pretty much ended it, was just they're kind of getting a better understanding of myself and my controversy. And these same people who risked life and limb to live with a genocide exposed minority population being wiped out in its own homeland by an aggressive and invasive Muslim imperialist expansionist empire, they felt any affiliation with myself was simply too risky. They said, oh, it's so controversial. with the people you're dealing with, like Michael Aquino, I'm not going to touch that. You'll never hear from us again. That's pretty much what it came down to, was they were afraid of the military-industrial complex of the United States. But then again, they do live here. So that's understandable in its own way.
And it was a compliment. It was a compliment nonetheless.
I take it as such.
Yeah,
it's not commendable, but it is explicable.
Yes, it was explicable. But so there has been, and thanks to you and this program on Revolution Radio at that time, and this ongoing eye to the the process that the people are going through. But the most amazing thing was the signatures to the UN, the 1.8 million signatures of the Papuans. That is a major breakthrough because it's world recognition. That act alone, and Benny Wenda bringing it to the UN in New York was. It's progressive. Let's just say that their movement is progressive, and it's ongoing, and it's getting better all the time. And it's because people are supporting it and speaking out against it. But like I say, there's $80 million to be had by these plantations being brought, going through the...
It's $100 billion gold mine, honey. Yeah,
it's 100. Right. But the plantations, the palm oil plantations, their goal is to make 80 million, and have a number of these plantations up and running for this new industry that they're. Yeah. So anyway, yes, I have other things that I discovered, not necessarily Pacific wise, but
Well, I want you to cover as well as you can one subject.
Yes.
Before you go there, make a note of where that thought was. I just want to contextualize a little bit further before I ask you this question. But I want people to understand that recent data, the census data, shows Papua's gross domestic product per capita at $3,510 United States dollars compared to the Indonesian average of $2,452 United States dollars. Yet Papua has the highest poverty rate in the country, nearly 3 times the national average. It also has the highest infant, child, and maternal mortality rates in all Indonesia, which has a population so enormous that it has more Muslims than all the Arab nations put together. As well, does Papua have the worst health indicators and the poorest literacy? Well,
it's because the Papuans are, for the most part, jungle inhabitants, and the mortality rate of the infants is directly a result of these children being murdered. There was a video out not too long ago of the Papuan women speaking their tongue, saying that they are now making a concerted effort to not become impregnated because they raise their children to a few years and then they are taken away from them or they are murdered in front of them. And the Papuan women have made a decision to not promulgate their race any further, to stop having children because they're tired of them being murdered. And so it's a direct result. All those issues. I mean, the New Guinea, which is called the other side of Papua, they're called New Guinea, right?
They're simply called Papua.
Oh, are they?
You might as well just call them Free Papua. You can't call them Papua New Guinea, but
no, I guess you can.
From the colonial days. Really.
Yes. So the difference is that part of the world, or that Free Papua, probably has better statistics because they're not in danger of being moved off land that is coveted by corporations that we can't even find out the names to, or who's running the show, the puppet masters. You can't even find out anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Definitely. I want you to, before I get into the other question I want to ask you, I'm sure you could bring some further detail to this. You're talking about the woman not wanting to bring their children into this world right now.
Yes.
And yet, sex is a very big issue, because back in the area surrounding the Grasberg mine, many Papuans struggling for work find themselves pulled into the bar and sex industries that cater to the miners, particularly around the highland village of Banti. And that's where you've got brothels and bars lined up side by side, allegedly with help from the Indonesian military, who are said to supply sex workers and alcohol, according to a Freeport source who has wished to remain anonymous. Mm-hmm. And indigenous chiefs have watched as a newfound promiscuity has brought sexually transmitted infections that have ravaged their communities. Traditional Papuan culture forbids free sex, but alcohol makes their communities vulnerable. And brothels make it easy to contract HIV, the human immunodeficiency virus. So the HIV rates in West Papua are of epidemic proportions, according to the United Nations, 15 times higher than anywhere else in Indonesia. Driven almost entirely by unsafe sex, HIV is also far more prevalent among indigenous Papuans. Yet the existence of only one hospital built by Freeport means that most people, particularly those in remote highland villages, don't get the help they need. So, I know you know about this and have brought this up to myself, and I further investigated. Does that bring anything else to mind you want to?
Well, no. I mean, that's pretty much the protocol of all. Like the pipeline being laid in Canada had the same issues. There's this vast number of Native people, women, disappearing, and when they went to be found, they had been brutally murdered, and they were sex slaves as well. So I mean, and this is around the construction of the pipeline in Canada to come down to North America. So I mean, that's a problem. The situation that's created is workers have time off and money to spend, and therefore we are going to get some of that money for ourselves.
Back. Yeah.
That's right. So what they did, and the Papuan women are for the most part, like I say, 250 languages spoken among them. So they are not they're giving up their right to procreate if they had a choice. Now, what's happening in the brothels is a travesty. There again, it's that worldwide sex trade industry that. Human trafficking is destroying, and the children that are coming out of these unions are not, they're not born of love. It's not about love, and
beyond that, they have no future.
No, don't. I mean, but to begin a life without love, and then to go from there to nothing. They're just born, and that's it. So. How would I speak to that? You can't. It's just part of what is this spiritually demoralizing behavior on the part of some humans toward others. And there's
and the way that these abandoned children make a living is by panning for gold, which is essentially the dregs and the leavings from the industrial effluvia, the waste product of the mine. Estimates from Earthworks suggest that Freeport dumps as much as 200,000 tons of mine waste, known as tailings. Somebody was asking me about what are these tailings I was speaking of. That's the mine waste dumpings directly into the Ænglobastardized Delta system every goddamn day.
Yes.
The practice, has devastated the environment, according to Earthworks and locals, turning thousands of hectares of verdant forest and mangroves into wasteland and rendering turgid the once crystal waters of the highlands. And the tailings from the Grasberg mine are so rich with ore that Papuans walk for as long as a week to get there. And crowding the length of the river and the Delta wasteland, thousands of unlicensed panners shore up small sections to to slow the river's flow and dig into the thick sediment on the side. And although some of these panners are located within Freeport's official mining operations, they're not evicted or controlled in any way. Instead, they sell their findings to the police and military who work as security on the mine. So I know that you found out some of this from your own investigations.
Yes. Yes, it's very sad.
Yes, so these are how the children grow up. This is what they grow up into. And they wind up selling what they dig out of the shit and piss of mining industry to the very security guards and military occupiers who rape their mothers or bought their sex inside of the brothels. So this is the horror of dystopia. This is the postmodern dystopia. Now, in order to give people some perspective on this, in terms of the hope we can derive from indigenous culture, what it might have to offer us, we have a just indescribable refugee problem, the worst refugee crisis in human history, far worse than World War II, generated by the Syrian civil war. Many of these people from that war and other wars in Afghanistan or Bosnia have found themselves in Sweden and other nations. Many of them have tried to go to Australia, and we have children that are existing in internment camps on Nauru Island, a godforsaken empty shithole where they took all of the phosphate or bird shit that had fossilized into a chemical-like substance, a powdery fertilizer deployed element that has been denuded from the island and left it a gaping hole in the Pacific. You have children waiting there for the potential of a new life in Australia. Some of them have begun to manifest what was once a purely Swedish phenomenon, that of the Sleeping Beauty syndrome. And you were telling me how perhaps the Hawaiian Book of Origins and their chants and their magic for reanimating the dead might be used to treat these children in Sweden or in these internment camps on Nauru Island.
Oh, that's an interesting concept. I read in this book, the Napuli Kahiko, the ancient Hawaiian prayers. There was a prayer, King David of Hawaii, King Kalakaua, he was sick as a child, and they thought he had passed on, and they asked the kapunas to please say some prayers and bring him back to life. And there was a prayer chant said over the king to be, and he did in fact return to his people. He did in fact become alive again. So, and I think that's a lot of, that a lot of the chants and prayers that the indigenous people have are one of the reasons they're being so oppressed now, is because they have wisdom that is above and beyond what we are even capable of imagining. And if we can destroy the culture and the legends, and a lot of this isn't written down, the powers that be, the families that are running the world, have nothing to fear to a certain extent. But the ability that these indigenous people, their abilities are spiritual, emotional, and they have ways and chants and prayers in which to change the physical. So I think this is a real concern and has been all along. That's why they would land. This is the English. It was the English, the Crown, that did a lot of the invading in the first part of our, awareness since we've become written down our history. It was the English that were the worldwide invaders at one time.
That's right. And I want to just take a moment here to give a shout out to John Warrington. John Warrington has taken something like 10 hours of my analysis of British history. Specifically, it's all British. He's taken and spliced together everything that I said about Britain in recent transmissions, and he's put them into a 4-carat video that's between 8 to 10 hours long. It's 10 hours. It's 10 hours, a 4-carat edition of Douglas Dietrich Does Brexit. And he has incorporated into that, of course, my history of British aggression. So everyone, please visit the Maggot channel, and you just need to look up Maggot Douglas Dietrich on YouTube. You'll find it. Subscribe to John Warrington's Maggot channel, and of course, if you want to deal with everything that he's, shall we say, coordinated in terms of my legacy, you can find that by subscribing to where he has placed all of the archives. And so he's placed all of those archives in a sub-channel of his Maggot channel, and that would be, let me see now, I'll have to just look that up here for a second before we give everything back to Judith here. Let's see, that's tinyurl.com/showsdd. tinyurl.com/showsdd. That would be on www.youtube.com/little c, a lowercase c, /Magator. And Magator spelled MAGGOTAUR, like Taurus the Bull. www.youtube.com/c/Magator. Go there. And now we give the stage back to our princess.
That's wonderful. That's unbelievable what he's done. Yes. Listen, the sleeping disease is an interesting phenomenon. When I first read about it and heard about it, these children were, literally withdrawing from the world to the point where they were comatose and bedridden and had to be fed by IVs. Now you have a child who is, functional and going to school, and the family has now been restored to sanity. These are children who have gone through the immigration or actually the escaping of atrocities in their own country from whatever hands may have created the problem. And they've now found this new life, and they're once again happy, and their families, are thriving in these new countries. And but what is happening is when they get deportation notices that they may not be able to stay, these children develop the symptoms of it's called the sleeping disease, and it's a sleeping beauty syndrome. It's a psychiatric condition, and it's progressively, it's a social withdrawal and reluctance to engage in usual activities, and to the point where they will become comatose. What's really interesting is children that are the children that are that are migrating. They come from holistic cultures, and one of the things about the holistic cultures is that the family and the children they don't have a clear boundary between self and family. So what happens to family happens to self, and it's their way of handling this crisis. What has come of this is that Sweden is not deporting any families that have children who are asleep. Mm-hmm. Now, the child could have foreseeably done this, gone into this comatose state on purpose for the benefit of their family, not having to leave the country. But that's almost too intellectual to assume that a small child or a preteen would get that. What I think is it's just a reaction to the fact that they may have to go back into the horror they escaped. And I thought, oh, well, this is a wonderful defense mechanism against the horror of traveling through, losing your home, being under this mental and spiritual, trauma for months at a time, and then finally finding peace and a new way of life somewhere else. And then this is, instead of being depressed or, finding a gun and killing, a bunch of people in a shopping mall. They have taken upon themselves to just check out. And I thought, well, wow, that's a great defense mechanism. Wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone just went to sleep for a while if they couldn't handle their problems or their life or whatever? But what was really interesting is a couple children have come out of this condition. A lot of them do die. Some of them do die. Their body can't be maintained completely forever. So some have passed on. But one boy who did come back explained that in his state of sleep, what he felt was like he was in a glass box. And it was a glass box in the middle of a big ocean of water. And that if he moved too much or spoke too loudly in this glass box, it would break and he would drown. And so he stayed completely quiet and non-communicative, and his reality was he was in a glass box and glass. And I thought, wow, such horror to be, in a comatose state, and that's your feeling. I got the impression that the sleeping sickness was a good thing, because instead of the child or the young adult having to process the horror of going back to their country, they just went to sleep. But the other horror is that the condition creates a feeling of being imprisoned, and that they have no choice but to stay quiet until they no longer have to be quiet in this glass box that's underneath this ocean. And it's a very frightening, it was a frightening experience. And I was so horrified to read that, that the survivors are, even in this state of trying to survive.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very, very chilling. And and a lot of them come out of it when they're not deported. And then what happened was Sweden decided that any child of any family that was in this condition would not be deported. And that's a wonderful human rights issue. They did away with deporting the family of children. Well, they were deporting children in the state, and there was an uprising against it, and it was stopped because of that. Yes. Mm-hmm. And also what I discovered too, just recently, Douglas, is the organ donation. Mm-hmm. On your license, it says, do you want to be an organ donor? Put $1 here and you can be an organ donor. And what I discovered, I found this article, and it was discussing the fact that organ donation, at one time, the parameters for, prior to 1968, the parameters for a person being dead was after their heart stopped beating, mm-hmm. and when their brain activity stopped. And then it was they changed the parameters, and then they decided, well, your heart could beat, but your brain had to be dead, or is it the other way around? I'm not.
No, they went to brain death from the cessation of heartbeat to brain death.
Okay, yeah. So your heart could be beating, and then what happened is the Pandora's box about that is that the beating heart keeps the organs that these people want to harvest alive, right, and in healthy condition. So what was happening is a lot of people that were ODing, and that's a good reason to quit. A lot of people that were they were coming into the hospital as OD victims, and their heart was beating, but their brain activity was low, and probably low because if you're ODing, if you're brought to a hospital because you're ODing, what's happening is your systems are shutting down. What they would do is what the new protocol became was they would put a paralyzing agent into the bodies of these, quote, recipients, whether accidents or OD addicts or young adults that were, got in some horrific accident. They would go out to the family and say, "Can we have permission to take these organs, for the benefit of other people to live?" And they said, "Oh, sure." And what would happen was they were under a paralyzing agent, but they were not given anesthetic. And so amnesia, what is it? Did I say it?
Oh, no, you said right. Anesthesia. They weren't given an anesthetic.
Anesthesia. Yeah, anesthesia. And so what happened was there was a number of nurses and anesthesiologists that were looking at these people getting their body cut open and their heart and the lungs and the kidneys being taken from the body, and the patient on the table was crying. Literally crying, and tears, had tears running down their face. And so there was a lawsuit brought against this one hospital in New York. No, wait. Yeah, I think it was New York. What they did was it was a number of nurses in New York against the owner-donor network, which bullies doctors in declaring patients brain dead while still alive. So a doctor come in and say, "Oh, well, they're brain dead, but their heart's beating. And while the heart's beating, can we cut them open and take these organs?" And the nurses and a doctor and a couple anesthesiologists went to declare this a lawsuit against the organ network, because they were bullying doctors into taking organs from people who were not dead. And anyone who goes into the hospital, they need to have people, well, first of all, don't donate your organs on your, driver's license. And second of all, you need to have people advocate for you and have a second opinion about whether or not this person is still a viable entity or not. And let's see, there was an incident of a 19-year-old who was in a car accident. His father said, "No, you can't. I'm not going to let you take anything from him." And come to find out that the young man, awoken quite a bit later. But if his father hadn't advocated for him to be left alone and not taken off the breathing apparatus, this young man was slated to be cut open and his organs taken out. And so the average heart is $1 million. The average liver is $580,000. A kidney on the market will get you $275,000, and a double lung operation is $800,000. So this is the cost of your internal organs, and there's people who are going to take them out of you if you're not careful while you're still alive, because the heart is the last one is the last organ they take out. So I found this story to be horrific on every level, because when you go into the hospital, and this isn't happening in every hospital. I mean, I want to make that clear. And if it is, go find out. What hospital would you be taken to, and do they do this kind of thing? Are they part of the organ donor network, where the owner-donor network comes in with their igloo?
Yeah, the agents. Yes, they're enforcers.
Yes, with their igloo coolers to put your heart and your lungs in, and run off and sell to someone who has the money to buy them. And of course, this is extremely wealthy, and they're doing this. They're doing this to children. They're doing this to adults, young adults. So I think it's very important to know what your hospital is doing and involved in, and have an advocate for yourself if you should ever end up in a hospital without and being unconscious. And then in the license where it says owner donor, don't check it. Don't become one, on paper in any way, shape, or form. So I found this to be quite a
Well, that would be one approach. Another would be, say, if someone were a Christian who felt that self-sacrifice was an expression of their faith.
Right.
This would be something equivalent to the pain of God himself when he was crucified. Some would consider this a form of martyrdom. So if a person is up for that, then go ahead and sign for that.
Right.
That might be
Okay. Okay. Say but you know that you want to have a part of yourself remain a viable entity on the planet after you're gone. But if this is the case and this is what you want, that's fine. Just make sure that someone in your family advocates for you to be put out with anesthesia. They have an anesthesiologist there giving this body a paralyzing agent. You might as well advocate for your family member to get the paralyzing agent, but also, I want him out. I could ask for you to be put out. I want him out. I want him not to feel anything, even if there's the minutest chance, because as long as that heart's beating and those organs are getting blood through them, they're going to be feeling what is happening. There's no way around it. It's not, you can't, yeah. And so if you want to do that, that's lovely, but make sure that whoever is someone who loves you dearly or a power of attorney, make sure that you get anesthesia along with the paralyzing agent.
Right. That is, of course, it's a terrifying prospect. I can't imagine.
It's awful. It's awful. But it's happening, and it's coming out now. We're finding out that because of the cost of these organs to very wealthy corporations and people, that this is an industry that is making gains, and we need to be careful. We just need to be more aware that we could be victimized by the system again, and a system where we're not in our best of health, and we're traumatized. Our family's traumatized, and wanting to do the right thing by, leaving an organ behind for a person who can't see or who needs a new heart. That's a wonderful thing, but just make sure that there's someone to advocate that you are put under both paralyzing and anesthesia.
Our friend J-Mo Reese, a shout out to he yes. responds to you directly by saying that I quote his T now.
Okay.
J-Mo Reese says, I have to add, you have to be taken off the registry digital database for organ donating, even if it isn't or on your license. If you ever did so in the past, you are in a digital database, and you need to write them a letter to have your name removed. It's a process.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. There has to be a way out, and then you have to have some kind of help in a situation where you're not able to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. J-Mo's strategy is to follow the Douglas Dietrich program of drugging himself to the point where his internal organs are so useless nobody would want them. We've got our own strategy we've developed over the years.
That does work. It would take one look and go, oh my God, and what kind of blood is this? This guy's blood is kind of a different color.
Yeah, it glows in the dark.
It glows in the dark. Could it be from a reptilian bloodline, I wonder? So, yes, Douglas. I don't think you have anything to worry about. You'll be fine. Yes. Anyway, this is about pretty much all that I had, made note of. I don't have much to report about Hawaii. We've been pretty quiet ever since Korea tried to bomb us out of existence. It's been pretty mellow around here, but
for our listeners, I do want a few things to bring up. I do want a political kind of parallel to what's going on in the United States here, and this shows the difference between economies in a sense. Communist China is a bizarre economy, in the sense that it is, for one thing, unlike any other nation on earth that I know of, Communist China has two separate currencies, and most goddamn Chinese from the mainland do not even fucking know this. You can talk to most people from the Chinese mainland, and they're totally ignorant of this, just as most Americans are ignorant of most things about themselves or their history. But Communist China has both the renminbi, which is the Communist Chinese currency for collectivist projects, super mega projects of macro engineering, like the Three Gorges Dam and shit, where party hacks and apparatchiks can get all their extended family employed and juice the system. And all of this is accounted for with renminbi, and then the yuan, which is traded on the various stock exchanges of the world. And the yuan is the global currency of Communist China. So you have a Communist Party-controlled capitalist system. And in that, the reason this is relevant to what Judith has exposed to us, this is relevant because in that social matrix, within that socioeconomic matrix, within that socioeconomic political matrix, what you have are political detainees or political prisoners, as well as the ordinary criminals whose organs are harvested when they're executed.
Yes.
I have no doubt that in order to effectively harvest their organs so that they are at all recyclable, they make certain to harvest them as part of the execution. In other words, the person dies by their organs being harvested. That's the execution. And I know this for a fact because when I took those 10 years of medical journalism courses via the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute at the University of California at San Francisco, UCSF, I personally spoke with MDs who administered UCSF, had come in to do some lectures, and they brought up that they were approached by Communist Chinese officials demanding to know why America would not take advantage of Communist China's glut in available organs. And the Communist Chinese were literally saying, these representatives of the Chi-Com government, Chi-Com being an acronym for Chinese Communists, these officials were saying, we have so many fresh organs available on demand because they keep prisoners alive for just that purpose until an order comes in. And then the moment an order comes in, they say, hey, it's time for you to ascend. You know, so the Chi-Com representatives were asking UCSF officials, and I'm sure they asked officials at every hospital and facility throughout the United States of any consequence, you know, why don't you take advantage of this? Well, I know for a fact that UCSF, they refused, and they refused on moral grounds. They said we cannot accept any organs from Communist China on moral and ethical grounds because this we view this as torture and a violation of essential and fundamental human rights, which we recognize even if you do not, per your own citizens. And the Chinese took great umbrage at this, finding it offensive and pretentious. But the Americans, what you're exposing to us, is this is the capitalist manifestation of the same phenomenon.
Yes.
The capitalist manifestation of that same level of exploitation.
Yeah. It's diabolical. It's diabolical.
Well, it's diabolical because it's not processes. This actually has the enablement of the state.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, I know. Well, that's diabolical. Wouldn't you say that's pathology that is diabolical in nature and or diabolical narcissism to an extreme? You know, it's.
Well, that would psychologize it. That would psychologize it. But okay. I appreciate what you're saying. But,
yeah.
But
there's a lot of that going around. I mean, there's every corporation you can find behind the curtain something of this nature where people are making money on the side where, you know, the hospital is to save lives and to make people healthy again and happy, right? And then you go in with your mother and father, and your experience is completely different, and you're aware and awakened to the horror that one can have if you go in there blind. And this is a new dynamic. And what astounded me so much was the fact that on our driver's licenses, it says, do you want to be an donor? And organ donor, and that's what it says. You know, so it's like, and JMO has now shared with us that if you click yes or put a check mark, you may be on yes.
Write a letter. So you write a letter.
It's kind of like this. It's kind of like we all need to kind of watch each other's back, because we've got to be careful what's happening behind the curtain when you walk into a hospital to get well and you don't, or you right, or you go to a restaurant and you're walking, yeah, or just, you know, walking down literally walking down the street, you can be kidnapped, and that's the end of it. I mean, it's like there's all this dark trading going on around in the world in general, and you just need to be aware that you just need to be aware, and you need to have people watching your back, basically. Yeah.
Yes. Awake and aware. Yes.
Yes. Awake and aware.
Why do I find this so funny? I know I'm sick. I need help.
Yes. And what is the timer on? No, the timer's off. You're doing fine.
Okay.
But yeah, I just found this organ donation just a horrific, you know, new thing to be aware of, and then.
But by the way, just so people understand, this is not urban legend or something that is fear porn. I want people to truly understand this, and what they found is what we have interpreted as brain death in the past no longer holds. So do you have any insights into that, or I'll kind of try to guide people into a bit of understanding about that?
Yes, please do. Yeah, guide them into I believe the fact is that we don't know when the brain dies. We have no way of measuring that. Yeah, and in the Baha'i faith, they do not. The requisite is you get buried with the first 3 days. You have to be buried in 3 days, no chemicals put in the body, and it's not to be burned. It's cremation's forbidden. And I think that because by and large, we don't know when the body, when the brain stops, and we don't know when the soul leaves the body. A person.
Right, that's right. I'm so glad you said that. Now, before I go a bit into that, tell us a bit about the Baha'i faith. This is so important. Tell us a bit about your background with the Baha'i faith, and what you can about the Baha'i faith.
Oh dear.
Because it's an important religion which almost nobody knows of.
Well, it's the newest religion. It was created or started by the announcement by the Bab in 1844 that there would be a manifestation soon to be brought forth through God and brought into the world. And Baha'u'llah, which means the Most High, the Most Glory, he was born into a family. It was now Iran. It was called Persia back then, and he was born into a family of politicians, and he's part of the royalty. So he was the Prince of Peace, is what he was referred to. And when he wrote most of his writings in his own hand, as did the Bab, and then all his writings were taken and were held in. They were held in, how would I say, not secrecy, but they were held to be safeguarded against the government. At the time, there was the murder and the killing of many Baha'is and Babis during the 1800s because by the Islamic faith, and he was shunned by his family. Of course, he was put in prison. He spent 64 years of his life in the prison of Akka, in the near the ocean. So he heard the ocean. At least he had that, and his precepts are pretty much along the line of a world order based on spiritual principles. He defines the religion as the religions or the prophets of God or the mouthpieces of God come every 1,000 years or so to impart upon mankind new teachings that will make them spiritually and physically awaken and progress to a higher level. In other words, he doesn't send a 12th grade teacher to the kindergarten class. He sends someone. So there is that. His thing is a world peace upheld by a spiritual, divine government, and that the men and women are both have souls. Women were up until this time not considered to have souls, and so he abolished that thought. There's a lot. Everyone should be educated, but if you have only the money to educate one child in your home, you need to educate the female. The female must be educated because she's the first educator of the human race. It is the female that is educating the human race, and she must be the one to be educated before any of the males in the home. And so there's that. That's a very important dictate of the faith. Let's see. It's been a while. We have temples on every continent, and one of the holy temples is the Shrine of the Bab in Haifa, Israel. And let's see, we have firesides or meeting places in different parts of, every town and city has one. But that's pretty much, he's just the most recent. He's not the last either. There's one that's going to be coming in the next 900 to 1,000 years, and there's indication that she may be that the new prophet may be female. One of the things he did is he wrote letters when he was in the Akka prison to all the heads of state, all the heads of government, and all the heads of religion. So there is viable proof that this prophet or this manifestation wrote letters to the different heads of the world and told them to take care of the people under them and to do away with laws and rules that were constricting people from evolving spiritually, emotionally, and physically. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. He's just the most recent.
Wonderful, honey. And what about some personal experiences with the faith? Has it ever encouraged you to travel to some of these places?
I came to Hawaii because of they needed some Baha'is on Kauai, and that's how I came to Hawaii when I was a teenager. That's amazing. Yeah, and I haven't left.
And
and it's not a religion that you pass down. You're not born into it. He says that every man must make a decision spiritually and not necessarily adopt the religion of their family. Getting away from the holistic family concept and becoming more, independent. He says that everyone should declare their faith separately and before God himself or a higher power, as opposed to just adapting a religion based on what your family believes or what's your ethnicity. Mm-hmm. So that was kind of, all these concepts were quite new for that age and time, and they still are.
Very much so.
The saddest thing is the women, the inability for any woman to be safe on the planet is almost impossible, because now with the now that it's emerging that there's been this worldwide sex slave operation, taking children and women from various parts of the world and prostituting them in other parts of the world, this this kind of behavior is pretty much what has been the norm for most women. Women are considered breeders. You know, it's like, if you haven't had a child in the first year of marriage, what's wrong with you? You need to breed. And sex workers, sex slaves, yeah. And so really, the world isn't a safe place for women. There's an article just recently in about a 19-year-old Bangladesh woman who was, by her peers, male, I think, was doused in gas and burned to death because she reported the principal of her school manhandling her. So there you go. You have people that are intimidated to come forth about their abuse for fear of being, reprisals, being murdered. And then the other sad thing that's happening in the world is the feminism and the emancipation, but there's another word, let's see.
When it comes to men, you don't mean emasculation, do you?
I mean, not emasculation. There's a word for it. Let me see if I can find it in my notes. But what is happening is that those two things, the raising of women to be equal, gone beyond that, and now feminism has taken the kind of a step toward the hatred of men as opposed to the liberation of women. You know what I mean? It's become very militant. It wasn't militant in the beginning. Women who were fighting to have the vote, they dressed up in long dresses and wore hats and went down the street to get the vote, right? And then you had Gloria Steinem and a number of very incredible women coming out of that, Angela Davis and a number of women coming out of the 60s and 70s that said, okay, well, we'll burn our bras, but we want to be able to go to college. We want, we want the same things given to us that are given to, men were going into college on scholarships. Women wanted to go, this kind of thing. Yeah. So, yeah, we've kind of lost the spirit underneath these movements, and we need to get that back. So it's about loving ourselves and loving each other rather than competing and hating.
That's right. Rather than just becoming a second-rate male, to become something that is greater of oneself via equal opportunity and the equitability. So go on. Yes.
Right. Let's see. How would I describe this? Yeah, it's now there's and also I think that the rise. Now I'm not opposed to any of this, and I find it the whole thing very fascinating. But the reality is that there's this rise because of hatred toward men by the feminist movement. There's this, a rise of hatred toward men, and also it affects how we raise our boys. Our boys and our girls need to be raised differently because they are different. Now in Sweden, they're allowing boys to wear dresses to school. In certain parts of the world, if you use a pronoun to make a difference between male, female, you can be, and it's not acceptable to the person you're talking to.
Addressing.
Yes, addressing. You could be put in jail. Right. And right, you can be put in jail if you don't say the correct noun to someone. I mean, that's how incredibly crazy it's gotten. And the word I'm thinking about is feminization. Yeah, it's EFFEMINACY. Effeminacy.
Effeminacy.
Effeminacy. And this is starting to happen in the male population. And so our males are becoming more effeminate, and our females are becoming more hardened, unloving men haters. Now, I'm not saying that everyone is that's in the movement. I'm just saying that this is when after the Trump election and all the women got together and had that protest. That's pretty radical. I mean,
well, I mean, don't forget it was propagandized as
sure, radical.
And but definitely.
The movement, the feminist movement, is being misrepresented. It's not a movement that was created out of hatred for men or the fact that we got to vote or didn't get to vote. It was created out of self-love. We love ourselves. We are a vital, intricate part of society, and we want the rights to be given to us that are given to men. That's equal pay, the ability to get to school on scholarships for sports, a series of things. And what has happened now is it's become radicalized by, who would radicalize that? What do you think?
I just think it happens with time. I don't believe there's really a conspiracy. Yeah. It's honestly, this is one of the reasons why I personally broke off contact with Michelle Carmela Saldana. Not that you're in any way, shape, or form going in the direction she was going in, but she was developing a tremendous ideological predisposition for condemnation of feminism. And the reality is that while some of these countermeasures against bias may sound extreme, they've been long overdue, which is why they can manifest extremely. And so what we have, of course, is definitely a situation where, of course, as a centrist and a conservative, I try to bring a balance whenever possible to dialogues, to these confrontations. And of course, what Judith is presenting us is in no way, shape, or form a confrontation.
No.
Bring forth concerns about the human condition. Really?
Yeah, and things I have seen and I've made note of that, because the reality is that, well, there's a lot of bisexuality, a lot of lesbians, a lot of feminists are becoming lesbian too, and that is fine, but is it because you hate men, or is it because you're in love, with the same sex? That isn't the issue. If it's not about love, then it's got to be about power. You know what I mean? And I think the feminist movement was created out of love.
Yeah, originally, yes. Yeah,
yes.
The suffragettes and the rest of that. In terms of,
and you can't go to a demonstration and claim to hate all men and then come home and raise one. You have,
yeah, that's kind of a challenge,
right? It's a real challenge, and it can hurt. It can hurt our males to be. We have to look at what we say and how we walk our talk, because it's the female that are raising our children for the most part. Well, I think the feminist movement was destroyed when we said, okay, you can have everything we have. Now go out there and become a CEO, make a lot of money. Right. Your kids will be raised by us in nursery schools. We bought into that as well, and I think it was a detriment when we did.
Right.
Yeah. So
I understand completely in that regard, and that's something that I hope to go into with yourself at some point in the near future when we have you back again to speak with myself about transhumanism, transsexuality, and these various other issues. Is that all right with you, honey?
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be fun. Basically, it's like how much soul and love is involved in an AI.
Right, which I argue is there, and that it, of course, requires, as with all self-aware beings, guidance and love. And so...
Most movements are made from love. Most of the AI technology was created for limbs that were destroyed, and they created a false limb to allow a person to be restored to the ability to walk through the world. And most everything is created out of love initially, and then it becomes distorted and it becomes a commodity, which is a sad state. It's a very sad thing.
Right. Well, I want you to stay with me, honey, while I do the last hour.
I will, but I need to say aloha because my computer's getting a little warm, and so I can listen to you on my phone, and I will. Or do you want me to stay to interact?
I was hoping you would interact, yes, and that if you can do so, that would help immensely. Just
I was thinking, well, you've done so good about contextualizing that the buzzard hasn't rung. So I was just thinking that maybe you'd like to have the last hour, or your people, your audience would like to have the last hour to you.
Well, I can take a break, of course, at the top of the next hour. But what I'm going to do is just keep you with me, if at all possible, through this remaining hour of this first part of the show. Okay. And that way we can have you with us to interact while I bring factors up. I want to cover what was discovered about the about the brains and activity.
Yeah.
And then, just kind of lead the way into the hour after I come back from the break. I'll lead the way into that with a bit of talk about climate change and how it impacts the island of Hawaii. And, just very briefly.
Okay. I found some interesting data about meat, the production, the corporations that are creating the business of meat, so it can be consumed by the. We can talk about that basically, we could talk about that another time. But yeah.
Okay. Well, you can bring it up. What thoughts come to your mind while I try to give people an understanding of what you were saying about. Yeah, go on.
I found when I was when I was reading about the owner donation tragedy.
Donation tragedy.
Yeah. I came across another thing that is happening in our world in regards to limbs and body parts, and that is the albino African children and people in Africa.
Yeah.
Not anywhere, mostly it's in Tasmania. Tanzania, yes. Witch doctors are putting a price on the albino Africans that are in their midst, and people are literally chopping off while the child and the person is still alive and not under anesthesia. They're taking the limbs and selling them to witch doctors. So there's a whole generation. There's like 200,000 Tanzanians who are fleeing for their lives and hiding away from their neighbors, their friends, people that they don't know, because their body and any part of such is a viable commodity to these witch doctors in the making of formulas and elixirs. So it's a very horrid. It's a very horrid thing.
It's a horrible world.
And then they're sometimes buried alive with the chiefs of the village.
Is that like a status symbol to be buried?
Yes,
I guess. Yeah. Okay, just to contextualize this for people, of course, I served on mercenary contracts in Africa in combat. And there is a common phenomenon in Africa throughout the continent, but it manifests more so in certain populations than in other gene pools. But the phenomenon is continent-wide. It's albinoism. So amongst black peoples in Africa, there's a set of recessive genes that produces albino Africans that look whiter than your average Caucasian. So these unfortunate individuals who would otherwise, other than their skin color, lead completely normal lives, were anyone to just not hold the glare of their skin against them. They are thought of to be medicinal. So this is similar to the mainland, and I use the term mainland because even though Taiwan also, just wherever you have Sinitic or Asiatic culture of the Sinitic strain, the Sinitic cultures of China and Vietnam have produced a number of misconceptions concerning medicines where they believe rhino horn to be an aphrodisiac, and therefore rhinos have been hunted to nigh extinction due to a demand for rhino horn powder throughout East Asia. What you have in Africa is the concept, equally misguided, that albino people are medicinal. So in Africa, their version of rhino horn, not necessarily that they see albinos as an aphrodisiac or their body parts, but their concept of albinos is that they are medicinal. And so what happens is an albino person will literally be walking down the street and some asshole will run up and with a machete and lop their arm off. Literally, just like you would snatch a purse. When you're running around in the United States and you have a knife or a scissors and you cut some lady's purse strings and run off with the purse, that is the casuality with which these assholes will run up and chop, an innocent's arm off, and then take it to the market or the witch doctor and trade it so that somebody can convert it into medicine. Eat some of this albino soup the way people would eat chicken soup to get better. Take the bone and turn it into, bone marrow soup and shit and various other kinds of, it just goes on. So that contextualizes the horror of what's going on. I was witness to this, by the way, myself. So I've seen what happened to people who have committed no crime other than being born with a different skin color in Africa.
So you literally saw this happen to albinos in Africa?
I saw
or you heard it?
Individual's arm lopped off once. It was just walking down the street. So
oh my God!
And somebody ran by with a machete. And the image that came to my mind was the ease with which they did, the professional surety. It's similar to a purse snatcher, who carries a knife or a pair of scissors and runs by women and can lop off several purses while running down the street. Just run by different women who are just walking down during business hours, cut their purse strings, run off with a purse, and by the time he's down the block, he may have 2 or 3 purses under his arm. I've literally seen that too in San Francisco in the financial district. It was like that. The guy just ran by, whack, took the arm off, and ran off with it. Literally grabbed the person by the wrist, whack, and ran off holding the arm. I mean, just like that.
Unbelievable.
And, and so, but then, all I can say is, so having personally seen this happen, and at that time, of course, what was going through my mind was, what the fuck? Right. But I quickly found out, and the people were telling me, oh, that's good medicine.
Oh, that is amazing. Yes.
It's just
the horror of it.
Yes. Thank you. And the casualness with which it was accepted by all standard by was compounding to the alienness of the culture. If I could go on for hours about this. Africa is a very different place. And of course, people behave differently in different parts of Africa. But there is throughout the continent this concept that albinos make good medicine. And so, yes, if they can at all help it, they've got to get out of Black Africa and go up north into an Islamic nation where, in this case, the Islamic culture in general would not have that kind of perception. If the further north they went into more Arabic or white Africa, then they would be safe from that. South Africa is not that big a difference, really. It would have been under apartheid, but after apartheid, things have really gone into anarchy, and a lot of the northern types of Africanisms that, in terms of these kinds of cultural behaviors that would have been deemed uncivilized have infested South Africa at this point. So it's definitely no matter what your color, if you're an American or a Westerner, black or white, you want to make certain that when you go to Africa, you are no longer in any reality matrix that is similar to what you familiarized yourself with. So bear that in mind. The other thing that I'll go into now is to reinforce to people why what our Lady Eggert was bringing up about organ donation when you're technically dead. I'm not going to use the term legally because that's going to change. But when you were once considered technically dead, okay, none of that shit holds anymore. We know better now, and we only know better now. Really, in terms of irrefutable evidence, whereas we've known this really for generations. Now they have made it irrefutable and undeniable. So what happened was scientists have partly restored activity in dead pig brains. Now, the reason that this matters is because pigs are the closest mammalian in function to human beings other than monkeys. Pigs are the most intelligent animals in the animal kingdom aside from monkeys. Pigs can beat you at a game of checkers, and when raised and educated, so to speak, are trained, and their valves, their heart valves, porcine heart valves, can replace yours when you need it. This is why people get valve replacements from pig valves for their hearts, and so the mechanical options are available, but the problem is they're less resilient. So the organic option is more resilient, though it doesn't last as long. The mechanical lasts longer, but can present its own problems. Everything is got advantages and disadvantages, which brings us to the brain. The brain supposedly cannot survive for very long without blood. That was the assumption. The assumption was that within seconds, oxygen supplies deplete, electrical activity fades, and unconsciousness sets in. If blood flow is not restored within minutes, neurons start to die in rapid, irreversible, and ultimately fatal disintegration in a wave of lethality. But that's no longer the case, as we understand it now. A team of scientists led by Nenad Sestin at the Yale School of Medicine has proven that this process plays out over a much longer time frame. And this is so important to the religion of Baha'i, which our Grand Madame Lady Eggert is a part of, and why they denied the burial of the body for 72 hours. They knew this. So the brain death is not as inevitable or irreparable as commonly believed. Sestin and his colleagues proved this in dramatic fashion by preserving and restoring signs of activity in the isolated brains of pigs that had been decapitated 4 hours earlier. The team sourced 32 pig brains from a slaughterhouse, placed them in spherical chambers, and infused them with nutrients and protective chemicals, utilizing pumps that mimic the beats of a heart. This system, dubbed ВYEA'c, so they could trademark it, so they could keep your head alive in a bottle, preserve the overall architecture of these brains, preventing them from degrading. It restored blood flow in their vessels, which once again became sensitive to dilating drugs. It stopped many neurons and other cells from dying and reinstated the pig's ability to consume sugar and oxygen. Some of these rescued neurons even started to fire up, meaning the pigs were thinking. So Zvonimir Vasilya, who performed most of the experiments along with Stefano Daniele, said everything was surprising. This is where the bullshit comes in. None of this was fucking surprising, okay? People have been doing this forever. There have long been signs that oxygen deprivation doesn't necessarily kill neurons as quickly as ought be assumed. Still, Jimo Borgiagin of the University of Michigan has observed that when she started studying brain activity in dying rats, She said, my colleagues told me that as soon as oxygen isn't there, every cell dies within minutes. But Seston's team showed that cells are still intact, not just a few minutes later, but hours later. And this kind of study is long overdue because it simply proves what everybody already knew, but actively denied for political reasons and, as the Lady Agard exposed to us, economic reasons. Disembodied brains in jars are a familiar and disquieting science fiction staple. But in these stories, the brains are alive, conscious, and self-aware. Those in Seston's experiments were 0 for 3, so we're told. What we're being told is that though individual neurons could fire, there were no signs of the coordinated brain-wide electrical activity that indicates perception, sentience, consciousness, or even what's technically defined as life. So the team had anesthetics on standby. This is important to note on behalf of Lady Agard, in case any such flickers did materialize. But none did, we are told. Stephen Latham, a Yale University ethicist who advised the team, did relate that the pigs were brain dead when the brains came in the door, and by the end of the experiment, they were still technically brain dead. For that reason, Winston Cheung, a neurologist at the University of California right here in San Francisco, will be quoted as saying, I don't see anything in this report that should undermine confidence in brain death as a criterion of death. But this may be the economics talking. Because if they said otherwise, that could kill an industry. That could, in turn, kill a lot of other people in need of fresh organs. So the matter of when to declare someone dead has become more controversial since doctors began relying more heavily on neurological signs starting around 1968, when the criteria for brain death were defined. But that diagnosis typically hinges on the loss of brain-wide activity, a line that, at least for now, is still deemed final and irreversible. After the Massachusetts Institute of Technology review broke the news of Seston's work a year ago, he started receiving emails from people asking whether he could restore brain function to their loved ones. He very much cannot. BrainX is not a resurrection chamber. Yet. Now, Karen Rommelfanger, who directs Emory University's neuroethics program, observed it's not going to result in human brain transplants. And I don't think this means that the singularity is coming or that radical life extension is more possible than before. So why do the study? Per L. Sid M. Johnson, a neuroethicist at Michigan Technological University, there's potential for using this method to develop innovative treatments for patients with strokes or other types of brain injuries, and there's a real need for those kinds of treatments. The BrainX method might not be able to fully revive hours dead brains, but Yama Akbari, a critical care neurologist at the University of California, Irvine, wonders whether it would be more successful if applied minutes after death. Alternatively, it could help to keep oxygen-starved brains alive and intact while patients wait to be treated. Akbari confirms it's an important landmark study. Now, such applications are a long way off, and even if they never materialized, Nida Farahani, a bioethicist at Duke University, says this is already an extraordinary breakthrough. Although neuroscientists can study lab-grown neurons or peer at thin slices of brain tissue, these capture nothing of the three-dimensional intricacy that makes the brain the brain. By restoring some activity to post-mortem pig brains, Seston's team has created a much better proxy for the real thing. Farahani observes that the irony, of course, be that the better the proxy, the sharper the ethical dilemmas. Johnson adding that no animals died for the sake of the study, the team using brains from pigs that had been killed for food. Thousands of sentient animals have been killed in studies searching for neuroprotective treatments that have not borne fruit. Meanwhile, millions of animals are killed for food every year, and that's a potentially rich source of experimental brains that would involve no additional harm. The study still needs to be replicated by other independent teams, and before anyone takes the technique further or even contemplates the possibility of human trials, there be several ethical issues to consider. Exempli gratia, is the team really certain that the partly revived brains have no consciousness? Latham, the Yale ethicist, feels confident. Even people under anesthesia show signs of coordinated brain-wide electrical activity. So the absence of such signals strongly suggests that we don't even have the possibility of consciousness showing up. But consciousness is so hard to define, much less measure. And no one has ever had to measure it in a brain that lacks a body. Stephen Hyman, a neuroscientist at the Broad Institute of Harvard and MIT, asks, how would you assess awareness, pain, or suffering in a brain that has restored circulation and neural function, but that's disconnected from external sensation? This is a very hard scientific problem and policy issue. As Johnson observes, I think it's very unlikely that consciousness or sentience could be restored in a several hours dead brain, but I'm also pretty sure that if it were, we wouldn't know that it was. It's also unclear why the pig brains never regained coordinated activity. Is it because team members waited for 4 hours? Is it because they only treated the brains for 6 hours? Was it something about the way the pigs were killed? Or is it because they added chemicals that dampened neural activity to the fluid that they pumped through the brains? They did this because excessive firing helps to kill neurons in oxygen-starved brains. And if that's the case, could isolated brains gain consciousness if the blockers were removed? Possibly. And that would certainly blur the line between the living and the dead. But that experiment is emphatically, so far, not the cards. At least not the cards they would deck deal publicly. The team's next and only step is to try BrainX for longer periods of time. Latham observes that if that leads to signs of coordinated activity, we'd have to close down the research for a while, because there's no institutional body for us to consult. We need to create one. Current regulations on animal research exclude individuals that either were raised for food or have died. Nothing covers the gray area posed by an isolated brain with signs of cellular activity, and that may or may not be conscious. This illustrates a problem that I myself have spoken of in past transmissions. Advancements in neuroscience, from preserving post-mortem tissue to growing blobs of brain tissue in a dish, are outpacing the ethical frameworks that help us process such research. Farahani says Seston's team recognized that they were up against a blurred line and did everything they could to seek guidance, more than many researchers would have anywhere else in the world. But the truth is that there wasn't any guidance to be had. This is unmapped territory. In a commentary that accompanies the new study, Farahani and others suggest several immediate guidelines. Don't remove the neural activity blockers until we know what they do. Don't do similar studies sans any anesthetics. Prioritize research into ways of detecting neural signals that might indicate sentience or consciousness. And be transparent. With those principles in place, an organization like the National Institutes of Health or the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine should convene groups of scientists and citizens to discuss the ethical boundaries of this research and draw up future guidelines. Farahani asking, first we have to figure out how to do this work ethically in animals. If one eventually could revive a dead brain to the point of consciousness, what comes with that and what doesn't? Are memories intact? Are self-identities intact? What would we answer, or how would we answer those questions if you can't ask an animal? And what might change if researchers move from isolated brains to brains that are still inside the skulls of their owners, or to human trials? Could that increase the already large shortage of transplantable organs? If the point at which medical interventions be futile becometh blurred. These are all questions for the not-too-distant future, and it's worth having answers before the future becomes the present. Because there are far fewer restrictions on human research subjects after death. What can you do with brain tissue from dead humans? federal regulation of research tissue from the deceased is prefaced on the assumption that the dead tissue stayeth dead. But this new experiment suggests otherwise. Now, it was just Wednesday of last week that this group of scientists announced they had partially revived the brains of dead pigs, which they'd retrieved from a slaughterhouse but 4 hours earlier. By injecting a solution into the brains, they restored some of their cellular function, creating something not quite dead and not quite alive. And like its subject, the groundbreaking experiment is in this gray area. The researchers' success has sweeping implications for brain research in humans, but it's also raised serious questions. Could we do this with human brain tissue, and should we? And while bioethicists will be debating the latter for quite some time to come, it's clear that researchers have a lot of leeway on what they can do with tissue from dead human beings, brain, tissue, or otherwise. The United States has an elaborate system of protections for living human research subjects, but tissue from the deceased gets no oversight, aside from guidance on how you obtain, store, and identify it. Don't kill people. Don't rob graves. But everything else is fair game. Christine Grady, chief of the Department of Bioethics at the National Institutes of Health Clinical Center, told National Public Radio that once a human dies and their tissue is in a laboratory, there are many fewer restrictions on what can be done with them. Although the deceased are not considered human subjects under the United States regulatory framework, some bioethicists have suggested they should be, considering that genetic studies on human tissue may reveal information about surviving family members. In some cases, this regulatory vacuum has led to controversial and even criminal uses of research tissue. As Peter Andre Smith wrote about the black market for human remains in the magazine entitled Pacific Standard, I quote his T verbatim from the article itself. Unlike organs for transplants, which are closely regulated by the federal government's Health Resources and Services Administration, cadavers are regulated in a more patchwork manner. But there is no simple fix. It's not simply a matter of extending the rights of live research subjects. In general, it is probably wise that we do not treat cadavers or tissues of dead people as subjects of research regulations that have been developed to protect living people who be in experiments. Well, that's the end of that quote, but it helps to contextualize, albeit out of context, in its own syntax within the framework of the article. All of that, of course, is prefaced on the assumption that the dead stay dead. But this experiment, proving otherwise, brings us to a new plateau of incomprehension, where we must seek to comprehend the thus far incomprehensible. The Yale University team writes that their findings demonstrate that under appropriate conditions, the isolated, intact, large mammalian brains have an underappreciated capacity for restoration of microcirculation and molecular and cellular activity after death. So would current regulations allow researchers to do the same thing with human brains? I called Stanford University, and Stanford University bioethicist Henry Greeley informed myself that as far as he knows, researchers could try this with humans, though it would have to be humans who had consented prior death to surrender their bodies and their brains to such a use. The consent issue, he added, would be very, very tricky. In a comment published alongside the study in Nature magazine on Wednesday, Greeley and Duke University law professor Nita Farahani argued that the experiment raises a slew of ethical quandaries, particularly around organ donation. Most fundamentally, patients or donors will need to understand what kinds of brain activity could result and what that activity could mean. They will also need to know the chances of recovery are only partial and the implications that will have. Hundreds of people have paid to have their brains frozen in hopes that they will one day be revived. But many more donate their brains to help researchers study disorders like dementia. As scientists experiment with brain surrogates in the lab or conduct experiments retrieving memories from dreams, the possibility of researchers summoning sentience from beyond the grave now seems inevitable. Crucially, the Yale research team was careful to avoid restoring the kind of electrical activity that signifies consciousness. That's the line they were not willing to cross. But others will. Now, honey, I don't know if you're still with me right now. If you can hear me, let me know.
I can hear you.
I want to talk a bit about climate change before you take your leave of us for tonight.
Oh, okay. Just
a little bit, and
okay.
And I'd like you to respond. The media is dangerously quiet about climate change. The amount of coverage around the planet's dire situation is not at all proportional to the severity of the threat. Climate change is the greatest threat to our planet and to our future. And for today's young people who could live to see the end of the century, it's a sentence to living out our future on a ruined planet. Policymakers in Washington, D.C., and in state capitals across the country can't see the big picture because, frankly, when they hear climate predictions about 2050, they know that's someone else's problem. But for young people who could live to see Miami become an American Atlantis, the threat of climate change be very real. Young people are going to live to see the year 2100. And now Greenland is melting so fast that it's already raising sea levels, as confirmed by new reports. Scientists have proven that Greenland's ice loss has increased sixfold over the last 46 years, which is much faster than originally thought. Since the early 1970s, Greenland's ice loss has added about half an inch to the global sea level, and the island's ice sheet is the leading source of water added to the ocean every year. That's bad news for places like Hawaii's famous Waikiki Beach. A state report from Hawaii says rising sea levels could put Waikiki Beach underwater in about 20 years. And there's an economic cost, too. Two Stanford researchers say climate change makes poor countries poorer and widens global inequality. So with that in mind, honey, I want you to talk a bit about climate change and what I've exposed about the dead pig braids before you leave us tonight.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about climate change other than it is from what I've read and my feeling is that the ice is melting because the sun is overstimulated now. The what do you call it? The coronal holes are getting bigger, and the flames. I don't know the word. But anyway, I believe that the
sunspots. The sunspots.
No, not the spots, but the flares.
Coronal mass ejections.
Thank you. The ejections are getting stronger and they're more frequent now. And I believe that a lot of the climate changing that is happening is a direct result of that. And I think it's unfair for our government to be charging us taxes on gas because for some reason the dinosaur bones that is created our oil, we should pay a tax on that because we're responsible for the climate problem. And is that not correct? They're charging a tax on climate change issues?
Well, to put it
on gas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
To put into context what you're saying, basically, when astronomers observe our solar system systemically, the fact is that all the planets in our solar system are warming, and presumably all the other planets are not receiving the same greenhouse gas emission doses that planet Earth is receiving. So this systemic warming of all the planets bound to the sun by gravitation is because of the interaction of our known sun, which has a name, the invincible sun, as it's known in the ancient classical Latin, Helio Sol Invictus, named after the Titan of the sun, the burning Titan. This sun is interacting with its, so far, invisible brown dwarf sister star. Most stars in our galaxy are binary stars. We too are a binary star system.
Right.
No one in the civilian world has yet identified the brown dwarf that is the sister sun to our known sun, which has been given the name Nemesis.
Yeah.
The interaction with Nemesis, the dark star, is what causes this warming systemically throughout our solar system. But on Earth's case, we're exacerbating the issue. We're exacerbating the issue with our industrial effluvia and our pollutants. So the gas has a logic. So I understand its inconvenience, but the reality is we've got to develop other sources of propulsion, such as electric cars, etc. But, with what you're saying, I understand where you're coming from, and it's not at all invalid. It's not no more than what you were saying about the concerns with organ donation are in any way, shape, or form fear porn. So I hope that by contextualizing all of that, we have enlightened the public to the fact that your faith and your understanding of indigenous culture have both enlightened you to an intuitive comprehension of what it's taken scientists generations to finally catch up with.
Well, they get paid better than I do. Right? And they get paid better than us. And, I remember the sun used to be yellow, and now it's white. And also, our planet's alive and thriving and really green in the majority of its, parts. And a lot of the other planets are not alive. They're rocky and, in a sense, they're alive, but they're not as vibrant as this planet. This planet's pretty vibrant.
Yes, that's because they lack the magnetic core. In other words, their magnetic cores have died down in their magnetism. And this has resulted in their atmospheres being less able to protect them from the bombardment of those coronal mass ejections or other cosmic rays. That leads to a kind of sterilization, a blasting of their surface, a scrubbing and scouring of their surface by the cosmos around us. There's two other things I'm going to bring up, and certainly appreciate your feedback. One, you don't even need to address, but it's some good news amidst all of this, because climate change, as I've emphasized, raises, of course, the transmissibility of diseases over a wider area, a wider range of vectoring. And in response to that, we have now a malaria vaccine. Children in 3 African countries will get the world's first malaria vaccine. About 360,000 children will receive the vaccination as confirmed by the World Health Organization. Children younger than 2 are already being vaccinated in Malawi, while Kenya and Ghana will start using the vaccine in the next few weeks. The vaccine offers partial protection from the disease, which kills about 435,000 people each and every year. So the World Health Organization has confirmed that clinical trials show the vaccine prevents and has prevented about 4 in 10 malarial cases. That's quite the advancement.
That's wonderful.
But meanwhile, this Sexual Assault Awareness Month, the United Nations has been raped by the United States. The United States conspired to derail a United Nations vote on rape, turning a United Nations bid to prevent sexual violence into a spat over abortion. The United Nations Security Council yesterday passed a resolution on sexual violence, but not without some controversy. In an internal document, Trump officials threatened to reject an anti-rape measure over language on sexual and reproductive health. The Guardian reported that the United States vetoed a Security Council resolution on combating rape as a weapon of war because of language in the document that it hinted at support for abortion. The vote could have been shelved as a result. A review of early and final drafts of the aforesaid internal document by myself revealed that the Trump administration pressured the Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany, into watering down language on sexual and reproductive health that United States officials insisted condoned abortion. The measure's language, which speaketh out against rape being used as a weapon of war, was altered because of pressure from the United States. References to sexual and reproductive health and health services were entirely removed. A source said the changes were made to satisfy Donald Trump, who has taken measures to avoid supporting efforts and organizations that provide abortion services to women, including victims of rape. Now, you're a woman. You've carried children in your womb. Would you want to deliver a rape child, a rape baby into the world? You don't need to answer that, but talk to us about the concept of this Trump atrocity.
Well, that would be political, and I don't like talking politics necessarily, but I think abortion is a personal choice, and for whatever reason, there's a lot of abortions that are done because there's no rape involved, is my point. So I don't know what that would feel like, or what it would take to do that. Since I've had live births, I know the result of a pregnancy were above and beyond anything I could have imagined, and the love I felt for my children were above and beyond anything I could imagine. So I can't say. What I do know is that it's an independent and it's an individual choice, and I feel that we should, in this day and age, we should be able to say, no, I'm not going to have sex because I'm not protected. And we should be able to say, no, I'm not going to have sex because I choose not to. And and we should be able to take a pill, which we have available, most women, and protect ourselves from even asking that question. We should have come far enough where there should be no unwanted children. We have options. One of them is pharmaceutical. One is voicing no as an option, and I just don't think that the abortion issue would be one if women took, the love of themselves over pleasing or loving someone else. You know what I mean? It's quite it's quite a choice, and I'm glad I never had to make it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you wish to leave for the evening, it's the bottom of the hour now. I can take
Yes.
this.
Okay, darling. Thank you so much for allowing me to come here about Papua, and have a wonderful evening.
Well, that wasn't so bad, was it? You stayed with us much longer than you even imagined you would.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Douglas. This was a great forum for so many issues. As sad as some of them were, I learned a lot tonight. I always do. So mahalo and aloha.
Mahalo and aloha.
Aloha, darling.
Love you dearly, and
Love
we'll
you.
again soon.
Okay.
And we will have you back sometime in the near future, yeah?
Oh, okay. And yes. I was going to say, next year's good.
No, let's hope it's before then.
Oh, we'll see. Anyway, have a wonderful evening. And aloha to all your fans and people who are waking up. It's an incredible journey.
Thank you, honey.
All right. Night-night.
Bye-bye. And with that, she's going to hang up, not myself. And we still have Pavel with us. And I'll essentially take the arc of narrative from here. There was the perfect storm in South Asia that's led to grieving disbelief. The Sri Lanka terror attacks be the wave of the future. and officials said Sri Lanka attacks were Christchurch revenge. Now, Easter Sunday became a national day of mourning in Sri Lanka across 3 churches and 3 luxury hotels and all the bombings that took them down. In Negombo, at least 360 people were killed and hundreds more injured in Sri Lanka on Easter Sunday. Citizens observed 3 minutes of silence to mark the deadly blast on Sunday's Eastertide. Christians and Muslims in Sri Lanka had actually developed a sense of solidarity as minorities in a majority Buddhist nation in the years before this week's Easter Sunday bombings that killed over 3,500 people. These were a grisly reminder that the religious tensions that fueled the country's civil war still be lingering, and a sign that the relative peace in the decades since the war ended has been tenuous. One possible motive for Sunday's attack may be that Christianity is associated with the West and with Sri Lanka's colonial history. The Easter Day attacks that killed over 360 people were revenge for last month's killings at mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. That's according to Sri Lanka's defense minister, who just told his nation's parliament that the bombings of hotels and churches were carried out by a local extremist group. Now, Sri Lanka has started to bury its dead, and confusion and anger are bubbling up after it was revealed that multiple security warnings about a possible attack were ignored for weeks. A state of emergency is now in effect. Information blackout after the Sri Lanka terrorist attacks has brought its own questions and controversies. Authorities have arrested 40 people in relation to the attacks, and the government has invoked emergency rules allowing for more power over detentions while upholding a ban on social media. After the attack, the Sri Lankan government took an unusual step. It shut down all social media. That move was intended to clamp down on any retaliatory killings. But information blackouts nearly always turn into authoritarian tools, whether they started that way or not. The heartbreaking stories of the lives lost in this senseless violence are also starting to emerge despite that information blackout. Shantha Mayaduna, a Sri Lankan tea chef, and her daughter, Nisanga Mayaduni, were killed in the explosion at the Shangri-La Hotel. They died at Shangri-La together. A Facebook photo posted right before the blast showed Nisanga Mayaduni and several others enjoying breakfast in that Shangri-La Hotel. Several United States citizens died in the blast, including a 5th grader who went to school in Washington. Anders Holch Povlsen, Povlsen is how his surname be spelled. He be a Danish billionaire. He lost 3 of his children in the attacks. And all the money in the world won't bring them back. Sri Lanka's government missed multiple chances to stop the Easter Sunday attacks. The information available thus far that I've been able to access and review indicates that the Sri Lanka attacks were entirely preventable, but compound failures allowed them to happen. The Sri Lankan government blamed a little-known domestic extremist group called National Salvation for a coordinated series of Easter attacks that killed at least 3,500 people and wounded hundreds. If the group is found responsible, the bombings would be among the first instances of Islamicist terrorism in a predominantly Buddhist nation with sizable minorities of Muslims, Christians, and Hindus, and a history of communal violence. But many Sri Lankans are quite skeptical of the government's claim that the group was behind the bombings. A Sri Lankan defense official, the one that I've just quoted, said Tuesday that the bombings were carried out in retaliations for shooting attacks at 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand last month. Whatever the case, The attacks have highlighted the dysfunction plaguing Sri Lanka's bitterly divided coalition government, with the Prime Minister blaming the President and law enforcement agencies for failing to act on warnings of a terrorist plot. And since then, ISIS, the Islamic State, has claimed responsibility, full responsibility, for those coordinated blasts against churches and luxury hotels in Sri Lanka over Eastertide. The death toll rose Tuesday to 360, inclusive at least 38 foreigners. Advance warnings about the Easter Sunday bombings in Sri Lanka came from an ISIS suspect in India, as an official told CNN. India's intelligence service learned specific information during interrogations. The suspect told investigators the name of a man, Zahran Hashim, whom he himself trained in Sri Lanka. Hashim is connected to a local extremist group implicated in the bombings, which killed at least 360 people. Hashim is identified. He is ID'd by video, released by ISIS. That purportedly shows the attackers and claims responsibility for the attacks. India passed all this information on to Sri Lankan officials, but their warnings went entirely unheeded. Sri Lankan investigators say there were 9 suicide bombers involved altogether, inclusive one woman. The Sri Lanka attacks demonstrate that ISIS, or Islamic Statist ideology, remains perilously potent. Returning Islamic State fighters are spreading a really viral ideology and looking for vulnerable countries to target. When ISIS claimed responsibility for these bombings, they themselves did indeed allege that they were responsive to last month's deadly mosque attacks in New Zealand. While those claims have not been independently verified to my knowledge, the announcements were made in more than just the expected English and Arabic. ISIS also issued statements in the Tamil and Malayalam languages. The organization seems to be employing regional languages, tapping into Muslim disenfranchisement on the subcontinent as its latest recruiting tool. Now, also in Southwest Asia, Saudi Arabia beheaded no less than 37 Saudi citizens, the majority of them minority Shiites, the majority religion in the House of Saud being Sunni Islam, the Shiites being the religion made infamous by the Islamic faith of Iran. These were Saudi citizenry of the Shiite Islamic faith. It would be like Roman Catholics and an all-Protestant majority of the United States being killed by Klansmen, or minority Protestants being massacred by the Irish Republican Army in the time of troubles returning today. Now, these Shiites, 37 of them, were killed in a mass execution. All 37 of them all across the peninsula over what was said to be terrorism-related crimes. The House of Saud publicly pinned one man's body and severed head to a pole as a warning unto others. All of this, of course, was public, as I was witness to a number of executions when I was stationed with the United States Marine Corps in the House of Saud. And I would have been one of those public executions myself, had not the Marine Corps intervened with the House of Saud to prevent an international scandal of an American Marine being beheaded for the killing of Saudi policemen of their religious order, as happened when I killed 2 members of the Mutawain on station in Al Jubail. After that, the House of Saud was promised I would be punished. And in a sense I was. After I served in Operation Desert Storm, a kangaroo court-martial was held, not even officially recognized, to get me out of the Corps and out of the country as soon as possible. The Marine Corps did myself a favor by saving my life and by discharging me prior to my having to do something else to get out of illegal orders to perform sexual acts for pornography with Richard K. Cole, who is now my primary gang stalker, a man whose alias is Stuart Allison, and filmed a lot of Marine Corps porn with underage kids in San Diego who were seeking American citizenship, promised such if they would have sex with Richard K. Cole, then exploit it, and promptly turned over to Immigrations and Customs Enforcement to be deported back home like so much used garbage. Richard K. Cole bragged that he used them the way he would use a condom. Ejaculate in it and throw it away. Because I was such a pretty boy, he was drooling to have sex with myself, and he never forgave it when I never showed up. Once I was dishonorably discharged, I didn't head towards San Diego. I headed back to San Francisco. Because nothing was on record of note, I even returned to government work at the Presidio military-based library for one last year before all my expositions. This time, that last year of service to the government, I exposed the attempt to assassinate then presidential candidate William Jefferson Clinton in what was deemed Operation Mount Rushmore. By that time, there's so much shit that had gone down at the Presidio military base, they had to shut it down. And I did what a Russian nuke couldn't do. Took out the second most important base in the constellation of American bases worldwide next to the Pentagon. And with that, I went back into civilian life to become a private mercenary enforcement contractor, where I wound up in places like Africa, witnessing what I saw there in terms of the victimization and exploitation of albino Africans, and the entirely different alien reality paradigm, the matrix of societal reality in which people's actions take place and interactions with each other. That provided myself perspective on the fact that humanity is different in different parts of the world, and any sense of universality that you people have here in the West, based on what you see on the internet, is paper-thin fabrication. Now, back here in the States, 20 years after Columbine, the Florida Supreme Court has ruled against a sheriff who fought his removal from office after the governor claimed he failed to prevent last year's Parkland school shooting. Now, there's a number of parallels here all the way around. You've got people in Sri Lanka, government officials, ignoring out-and-out warnings about an upcoming terrorist attack so that they can politically exploit it to clamp down with an effectively totalitarian governmental response. And in these United States, you had a sheriff that had every warning that Nicholas Cruz was going to go rip up that school and tear into the student body. And he ignored every warning for what he thought was his political advantage. Because Nicholas Cruz was the star of the National Rifle Association. Now he's paid the price. Let's hope those politicians in Sri Lanka pay theirs. And as for the generation growing up under the shadow of Columbine over the past 2 decades, boomers and Gen Xers, both my generation and the generation before mine, are wrong to bash the millennial Generation Z. I used to worry about this allegedly cosseted generation. Then came the shootings in Parkland, and I began to see another side of these young people that humbles me. But that brings us on to a subject who knows no humility, who's now launching an assault on accountability. Just days after claiming exoneration by the redacted special counsel report into Russian intervention in the 2016 election, Donald John Trump is back to playing the victim on Twitter. 100 fucking tweets or retweets in a 24-hour span with his usual vitriol. President Trump says he doesn't want his current or former aides testifying before democratically controlled congressional committees after the release of the Mueller report. Our Putinista puppet president is now in open defiance of Congress. Meanwhile, White House senior advisor and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, says the investigations into Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election had a much harder impact on our democracy than what Russia actually did. So he's actually confessing to the Russians hacking our election. An act of war. Meaning he's the goddamn enemy, as is his father-in-law. And you sit there and suck it down while he lays a turd into your open mouth, and you swallow it whole, saying how sweet it tastes. When he says, we who expose this crime are doing more damage to democracy than his Russian sponsors are. God damn you all. And Jared Kushner and his treasonous father-in-law need to be tried as spies and executed as agents of the enemy in wartime. The Treasury Department missed yesterday's deadline to turn over Trump's tax returns. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin says his department will make a final decision on the matter by May 6th. Think about that after all the taxes you paid just days ago. And again, this Sexual Assault Awareness Month, we see government by rapocracy. A government of rapists. Governance by SAPs, SAPs, sexual assault perpetrators. Trump has been forced to shelve his plan to put Herman Cain, the black rapist, on the Federal Reserve amid opposition from his own party, with Democrats swiftly urging Republicans to also block the president's pick of fellow supporter Stephen Moore for the United States Central Bank. Stephen Moore, you may remember, is a confirmed pedophile, a child molester who in his own hometown is not even allowed to bring his person on property of shopping malls because all the little girls he used to grope. This son of a bitch, this human white trash piece of shit, this subhuman piece of shit, is an individual that your Putinista puppet president wanted to place as president of the Central Bank of the United States a true paedopathocracy. Government by SAPs, SAP, sexual assault perpetrators, a rapeocracy of the United States. This man wants to make sure everybody he puts in power is a sex offender. What does this tell you? How goddamn stupid must you fucking be to tolerate this for even one more second? In Iowa, the state legislature's longest-serving Republican confirmed he's joining the Democratic Party because he thinks Trump is a poor example for the nation, and particularly for our children. How could it have taken him this goddamn long to come to that? Now, because of Donald Trump, Los Angeles students want to lower the voting age in Los Angeles Unified School District. Here in my golden state of California, our largest population base is Los Angeles. And students there have rallied to lower the voting age within their Unified School District elections to 16 years of age. A resolution will direct the superintendent to explore the matter. I'm 100% for it. Because what do young voters in Los Angeles want? The majority are looking to dump Trump and really want a president committed to leveling the playing field. Of course, there's been a Russian response. A measles outbreak now threatens all Los Angeles campuses. A measles outbreak has been declared in Los Angeles County, and students on 2 Los Angeles college campuses may now be at particular risk. Young adults in California are less likely to be vaccinated than other age groups because of all that Russian propaganda that prepared them just for this. When they resist, take them down with bioweapons. And close campus living can be a breeding ground for disease. University officials have already confirmed that a UCLA student was among those infected. And now Los Angeles health officials are warning that students and staff at UCLA and California State Los Angeles may be at risk of catching measles. And the student with the chicken pox, oh my, wouldn't you know it, bigger than shit, a Russian immigrant, a designated vector, an agent of Vladimir Putin, volunteered himself to carry the weapon to the enemy that threatens to take Trump out. If we lower the voting age where younger people participate, Trump will be out of office come 2020, no sweat, no challenge. That's why the motherfuckers are responding with a white boy driving down Obama Boulevard. Before I take a break, let me bring to your attention Democratic presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke of Texas will launch his 2020 California primary campaign. Did so Saturday, as a matter of fact, or he'll do it this Saturday, coming up, with a 4-day driving tour of the state of Texas, going into California. The former El Paso congressman will stop at Los Angeles Trade Technical College downtown for an outdoor rally at 4 p.m. this weekend, Saturday. Too soon for a trip down Obama Boulevard officially. For those of you who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, an official date has been set for the renaming of Los Angeles' Rodeo Road in honor of former President Barack Obama, a real president. So get ready for a street festival come May 4th, complete with music performances, vendors, and food trucks at the intersection of the new Obama Boulevard, currently Rodeo Road, not to be confused with Beverly Hills Rodeo Drive, and West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Now, before I take a break, bring to your attention that this generation is known as the Wakefield generation. which is why they're all coming up a cropper with the goddamn measles. Los Angeles health officials warned this week that students and staff at UCLA and California State Los Angeles may be at risk of catching measles. The announcement has raised questions about universities' susceptibility to disease outbreaks, given that young adults in California be far less likely to be vaccinated than any other age groups. Experts confirm people in their early 20s are part of what's known as the Wakefield generation because they were infants circa 1998 when that British white trash piece of shit scientist Andrew Wakefield published a now thoroughly discredited paper claiming that vaccines cause autism when he turned out to be a paid agent of the goddamn Russians in direct pocket to Vladimir Putin. We'll get back to addressing the millennials when I come back from break. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So, at a quarter of an hour, 9:15 Pacific Daylight Time, I'll take the stage back from our executive producer, Pavel Pravara, who I'm turning the stage over to now. Our brother in battle, Pavel, is coming on. When I hear his voice, I'll go mute.
I'm here, yes. Okay, excellent. So, yeah, go ahead. You can all take a break, and I'll keep the stream going, and we'll return in about 15 minutes and continue this. I'll bring in some, when we get closer, I'll bring in few things. I made a few notes about some of the topics that were brought up, some more personal and other just general observations. But okay, we'll be back soon.
I don't fit in. No one wants to touch it. No one knows where to begin. I just want more than one membership, more than one club. Cause I owe my life to the people that I love. He looks me up and down like he knows what time it is. Like he's got my number, like he thinks it's his. He says call me Mr. Franco. If there's anything I can do, I say it's Mr. Franco to you. Turned out to be straight. Other days the line tends to deviate. I got no criteria for sex or race. Just wanna hear your voice. I just wanna see your face. She looks me up and down like she thinks that I'm mature. Like she's got my number, like it belongs to her. She says call me Mr.
And it shows what someone did was run an analysis.
Mind if I got Skype?
Run an analysis on the Mueller report on the redacted 448 pages, and they did a word count, the significant word count. And you can see, I don't know, hopefully it's, well, hopefully, I mean, I'm not sure if it'll be clear enough because of the resolution, but it's just okay. I can zero in if it matters. But you can definitely see what the most mentioned words are going down. And the person that Douglas, the aide that they're trying to prevent from testifying, is McGann, I think is his name. Yeah, he's he's there. He's 500. He was mentioned 505 times in the report, so he's middle of the pack of that graph. Anyway, I'll leave it up for a little bit.
Does anybody smell gas or anything? Well, I tell you, when this guy plays drums, it's the house. He just brings down the house. I'm telling you, the whole thing starts. It's just. Some sort of seismic sort of happening. It's Mr. Andy Stochansky. You may remember him from such bands as Split Wet Beaver and Worm Murderer and the Eye Spasms. Yes, and now he's here with us tonight. And on the bass guitar, Miss Sarah Lee. What can I say? I am. Oh! I have no idea. No idea. I think you're the least fucked up person I've ever met. And that may be as close to the real thing as I'm ever gonna get. Yeah. But my quota's gonna run out now. So I'm told. Guess I better go sit down. I will wait for you. Till my coffee gets. Till my coffee gets.
Until my herbal tea gets.
Till my coffee gets.
Until my coffee gets.
Till my coffee gets.
Until my wheatgrass gets.
Till my coffee gets. But anyway, yeah. I'm just gonna sit on your lap for $5 a song. I want you to pay me for my beauty. I think it's only right, 'cause I have been paying for it all of my life. I'm gonna take the money I $10. Someone won't you pay me for my beauty? I think it's only right. I've been paying for it all of my life, and I just want I just wanna take. I'm just gonna take, and I'm gonna go away.
Okay, I'm getting close quarter after, so Douglas is going to be back soon. Let me see. So that was just the music. That was Ani DiFranco. I should, I guess, say more. I bought this album. It was a double-sided CD, or not a double-sided CD. I mean, damn it, records. You know, where you get two records in a, or two CDs in one, so a package of two. One thing is, this is just reminded me when Judith was speaking about essentially women's issues, feminism, and what it is today, and so on. This is I read a bit of feminist philosophy in university, actually, and was very interested in it, of course. And I bought this album at that time, like a little bit after, and I realized, yeah, you know, I like it because Annie sings about women's issues and as you can see, you know, gender issues, especially. This is like a big part of what studying feminism is about, is really asking gender issues and gender questions. So anyway, I like the album for that, and glad we get to play it and hear some of these. Okay, is Douglas there by chance? I gotta make sure I got his audio.
Oh yeah, just got back.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure your audio is coming through.
So glad. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Oh, no worries. You're doing great. Okay, really appreciate that information.
So I wanted to bring up. You kind of finished on the Mueller report. I showed people. I just showed this graphic, and it had I found it online. It had a count of the, who, of the issues, who was mentioned the most, like the most mentioned person, and I posted it to Ramona's the Star column as well. But it shows that Trump and president was the most mentioned word by almost double of any other sort of person or anybody else involved. In that, I do believe this is only obviously it's only the 448 pages that were published, of which much of it is actually blank, so it probably like gets down to 420 pages or so. Anyway, one thing I did though is one conclusion, and you're so right, man. Kushner, he needs to be behind bars. He was the one. It definitely one thing it showed is that it was Kushner who was the main pull to get. Who was really trying his darndest to get Russia and Trump, talking like freely. He was when people read about what he did, to what length he went to, it was he's definitely the sort of weasel behind it all. Not that the other ones aren't guilty or anything like that, but Trump's just a long-time criminal. Anyway, and I wanted to mention this. So going on the abortion, he knows. Trump knows he's covering up. Everybody knows this now, but in Oregon, a judge. I meant to look this up on the web, so I have the right terminology, but I know he struck down Trump's. He wanted to cut funding for abortion clinics and all this, like pretty massive incursion, and the judge deemed it. I don't know if he essentially he disallowed it. He I don't know the law terminology at the moment to look it up, but it just you might look it up for yourself, Douglas, because it's pretty good in that Trump won't be able to cut any funding since the judge, and it's a federal judge, so it's a federal ruling. He won't be able to cut because it endangers the people that, women essentially, who might need that abortion. And speaking of, I have a personal kind of thing. When we lived in Canada here, I actually learned that my mother, she underwent an abortion. She aborted a child just before leaving the Czech Republic. Otherwise, we actually probably wouldn't have been able to, or at least she felt they wouldn't have been able to take on something like immigration. And, back then we didn't even know what country we would end up in and so on, or if we would even be able to leave. But she later on, I found this a lot later, actually, like last decade or so. And I didn't know, and so I didn't know for a long time. But she, when I was older, she said that somehow the topic came out, and she said she ended up having an abortion. And I thought about it after, and I know I felt like I have one sibling, and having that one sibling, I thought, I did feel kind of like I didn't hold it against my mother or anything, but at least not consciously. But I did miss the fact that there could have been another sibling, and and then later I thought, and I realized I kind of like I always felt like there was somebody missing, and I wonder if even if that I'm going a little bit hyper here, but even if that person was born, you already, it really always felt like there was somebody missing. And when my mother told me this, that she had the abortion when she was younger, then it kind of like filled in this empty space, this something that I didn't, lacked information on, and it filled it in, and it was a bit of a cathartic feeling. In that I understood the reasoning, and I understood what the why and what, but it doesn't take away the fact that you actually, even though this person was never born, I do feel like there was a sibling taken, from what could have been a good life together. It could have been more. But one other thing is, speaking of these vaccines and various things, I actually, when I was young, this was one of my first experiences in life as a very small child. I don't know exactly how old I was, but I actually ended up having to be taken to hospital at Christmas by ambulance, and I ended up coming down having meningitis, and this must have been like late 70s, so maybe 77, 78, 79, I don't know, sometime around there, getting close to the 80s. But the irony was, it was Christmas, and for Christmas I remember this quite it was one of the memories that really stays with you, from a young age. And I got an ambulance, and the thing was like a small toy ambulance, and I think I didn't get a chance to take him to hospital because I didn't know how meningitis worked. I didn't even know what was happening. I was too small to even understand. But essentially what happened was they took me from my parents into the ambulance, and then nobody was able to see me. They put me in, it wasn't quite quarantine, but my parents could only, I was there for 2 weeks. My parents could only visit on a balcony behind glass, so they weren't even able to talk to me or anything like that much. And I just remember they had to, now I found out they had to take some kind of, I think my urine, I don't know what it is. They have to perform some kind of test, right? And they put a needle through the back, and I think it goes into... I don't know if it's I don't know if it's urine or something. They take some fluid, and God, man, I remember the pain. That was horrible. And the other thing I remember is the horrible food in the hospital. But yeah, for 2 weeks I wasn't able to, and eventually I was able to come home. But so it went away. But I know that other people actually do die from, at that time, would die from wasn't the most uncommon thing to die from meningitis. So I do have some experience with that, and I mean, I had the vaccines and stuff. We did. I was fully inoculated. Actually, it was. I forgot how it worked. Anyway, I'm not gonna. I have the papers because in Czech Republic you had to, have a paper for each vaccine you got.
Yes, with your cultural background, yes. The papers are everything, yes.
Yeah, I have to explain everything because it is kind of different, or was at that time. Anyhow, let me see here. I think I'll mention that. So a couple of personal stories there to see how give a little personal stories into some of the topics that were brought up, and how they've sort of affected me in a way that I didn't realize, and how they manifested. Anyhow, I'll throw it back to you because I'm sure you still got a lot more to cover.
Well, I certainly appreciate you bringing up what you have, and it gives us an opportunity to remind everyone that I am now, and this was all intentional. It obviously was conspired to take place before my appearance on Strange Tales Weekly tomorrow night. Now, it's already midnight in many areas of this United States and Canada as well. So it's already 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Yeah, about 12:30 a.m. in the morning. We're headed towards the bottom of the witching hour and the opening hour of the dawn. And we're in the very early morning hours on the Atlantic seaboard, and for anyone living in the Eastern Daylight Time zones. So I definitely know that a lot of people have probably taken off at this point, like Grandmadam Ramona Halitha Henry has for the night, because they have to work an honest job tomorrow. But for those of you who are with us, are those of you who will be reviewing this within the next 24 hours, when Pavel publishes this on YouTube, I will not be able to link it on my timelines. My public community fan page has been unpublished, and I am appealing that, but it's been unpublished for the moment, so maintain that in your thoughts and prayers. Other than that, I am banned now from my personal friends page as well, and this ban is to last, quote-unquote, 72 hours. So they've managed to prevent myself from promoting myself on my own Facebook timelines. So all of this, of course, was intended before my first video appearance in quite some time. So make certain that you get the word out yourself that I will be on video for the first time in years on Strange Tales Weekly tomorrow night. And it'll all be tonight for the majority of you on the Eastern seaboard. Tonight, I will be on Strange Tales Weekly. So make certain that you publish that on your own timelines. I'm going to, of course, ask for some intervention between my affiliates, and we'll try and get a link up on my personal friends page, if at all possible, via, of course, my personal affiliates who are also able to access my personal timeline. And so they may be able to get up a promotion for myself and tag the appropriate tags list. I will not be able to do that myself. We are going to be on tomorrow night at 8 p.m. by Daylight Time, 9 p.m. by Eastern Daylight Time standards, and here on the West Coast, I'll be on at what will be 5 to 6, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Central and 9 p.m. on Eastern. Now I'm going to try and take it through 4 hours. If they're able to stand it, the Strange Tales Weekly team, that's great. Otherwise, it'll be kind of a waste of time because there's very little I can get out within a 2-hour period, which is what they've got scheduled officially, even though they told me they'd go 3 hours, and I'm hoping that they'll go by 4. So just everybody note that, and we'll do our best in the circumstances of suppression. This is why freedom of speech is meaningless. The idea of a First Amendment is absurd. There is no freedom of speech because I am who I am, and they do their best to suppress me entirely. And unless you do something about it, and I mean you, the listener, no one will ever hear of me. And that, of course, is how they want it. So it's your struggle, not mine. A world without my advisements is detrimental to you and yours. Less so to me. And it's your war. You've got to fight it. This is your enemy, more so than even mine. So there we have that. Otherwise, support myself financially. Make sure you get a $100 money order over here to my home address, which is always on display or display throughout the transmission. I'm going to ask our executive producer to step back. He's gone mute, I believe, and I'll take the narrative from this point, and I thank him very much for sharing what he did. Now, one of the things we've been doing through this arc of narrative has been talking about the upcoming generations. And we're still talking about millennials, but the rise of Generation Z, as they call it, is a trend to watch. They will make up 20% of the workforce by 2020, by next year. And 98% of them have used tech as part of education. And these people will be voting, come Trump time, to take them down. And their technical education will only accelerate adoption of more user-friendly enterprise tools and heighten the expectation of convenience, flexibility, and personalization in the workplace. Now, are Gen Zers that different from Gen Xers, my generation? Generational analysis can be enlightening, but it can also be facile and sensationalistic. Generation Z's message to their parents is basically, put your goddamn phone down. In all my conversations with young people, it's become clear that technology abuse is rampant among their parents. So what happens when we turn to smartphones to escape our kids? I'm hopeful that the next generation of children, after watching us be fools for our devices, may decide it's not worth it. So parents of Gen Zers shouldn't freak out about social media. They should have a conversation. Take some time to talk with the young adults in your life about recent technological changes, and their responses may surprise you. Now, just going to click a nice farewell in the night to the Grand Madam Ramona Halitha Henry, who takes her leave of us. And whatever the case with the upcoming generation, and whether you adapt to them or not, the United States will be shocked by its future based on what's happening today, and whether or not we empower these kids to take down Russian occupation by legal vote. The only thing that's clear about the changing world order is that Americans can shape their role in it, and they're more than likely to fuck it up. As a species, we seem to be in a period of considerable uncertainty, where familiar features of the political landscape are disappearing, and it's not clear what will replace them. Will NATO and the European Union be around in 5 or 10 years? And in anything like their present form? Will the United States still be fighting shadowy opponents in distant lands? Is communist China destined to dominate Asia and maybe the world? Will artificial intelligence sweep away jobs in sector after sector of the economy? How much of the planet will be underwater or uninhabitable due to climate change? And how many millions of people will be seeking refuge from war, crime, oppression, corruption, and environmental degradation? Are the dysfunctions afflicting many wealthy democracies a momentary blip or the beginning of a slide into dictatorship? I could go on, but you get the idea. Prediction is always hard, of course, especially about the future. But there was a time when many people thought they knew exactly where we were heading. Back in the early 1990s, plenty of American pundits, professors, and politicians were confident they knew what the future held, and many of them were pretty optimistic about it. People like Samuel Huntington and Robert Kaplan saw dark days ahead, but scholars like Francis Fukuyama, journalists like Thomas Friedman, and politicians like Bill Clinton believed a shiny new globalized world of liberal democratic capitalism was dawning and would render old-style power politics completely obsolete. At moments like the present, it may be helpful to step back and remind ourselves of just how much the world has really changed and how much of it hasn't. If you go back a mere 500 years, which amounts to a blip of time in human history, that half a millennium would shock you. The idea of a single unified global system was effectively unknown. Europeans were just figuring out that North and South America even existed, and most people were completely unaware that Homo sapiens lived all over the world. All politics really was local way back then. Economic growth worldwide had been exceedingly modest for centuries, and there were only 500 million people on the entire planet, compared to nearly 8 billion today. Roughly 200 years ago, as old as the Constitutional Republic, China was 1/3 of the world economy. All of Europe together was about 25%. And that new constitutional republic and revolution, the United States of America, was entirely inconsequential, a mere 2% of the world economy. Then Europe took off, fueled by industrial revolution. And by 1900, it was 40% of the world economy and home to the world's strongest military powers. China's share had fallen to around 10%, and the United States was busily expanding across North America and growing so rapidly that it had become the world's largest economy and a legitimate great power in just 100 years. The Empire of Japan had taken off too, following the Meiji Restoration, and it was beginning to throw its weight around in Asia to enforce an Asian Monroe Doctrine, a Pax Japonica. Then what happened? The great powers of Europe fought two horrific world wars. The United States entered both of them late, suffered the least damage, and emerged the world's most powerful country by a considerable margin. The Soviet Union had become a modern industrial and military power too, though its economy still trailed America's by a lot. And from 1945 to 1989, the two continent-sized superpowers waged a relentless global war, a Cold War, that cost trillions of dollars and killed millions of people in proxy armed conflicts never even legally declared as war. The United States and its alliance system proved to be stronger and more resilient than the Warsaw Pact, and the Soviet Union eventually collapsed in implosion at the end of 1991, when on Christmas Day, December 25th, that year, the hammer and sickle were taken down from atop the Kremlin. American leaders woke up to find themselves at the height of power, with the rarest opportunity to shape the world for the benefit of not just the United States, but all nations. as former National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft wrote of the experience at the time. And that's exactly what they've tried to do ever since, albeit with miserable failure. Two other developments are worth highlighting. The first, after Mao Zedong died in 1976, his successors abandoned most of his principles and embraced the market, and communist China took off. It is now the world's #2 economy and America's only possible peer competitor. Secondly, it turned out we humans were having an enormous impact on the global environment, including a potentially irreversible and destructive rise in average global temperature. And according to the World Wildlife Fund, global populations of mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, and amphibians have declined on average by 60% since 1970, all due to human activity. My point being that the past half millennium has seen enormous shifts in the balance of wealth and power around the world, together with significant changes in political attitudes and the environment in which we all live. And the majority of these changes were entirely unexpected. As I noted in a previous transmission, the world of 1978, when I myself was but 12 years of age, was vastly different than the world we live in today. There were two Germanys. The Warsaw Pact was intact, and it was the Soviet Union, not the United States, that was entering a quagmire in Afghanistan. North Korea and Pakistan had no nuclear weapons then, but the United States and Soviet Union together had well over 50,000. The United Kingdom had joined the European Union 6 years prior, and every European country had its own currency and border controls. Gay sex was illegal in many countries, and gay people couldn't marry anywhere. The Japanese economy was growing like gangbusters, and Harvard University professors were writing books with titles like Japan as #1. The United States had well over 200,000 troops in Europe and hardly any in the Middle East. South Africa had an apartheid regime. Nobody had any idea that climate change was occurring. And there were no personal computers, cell phones, internet, Spotify, Facebook, email, or even compact discs. We had records like Pavel was playing. It cost so much to dial long distance in the United States that one-off waited till after 11 p.m. to take advantage of lower rates. If you traveled abroad, you stayed in touch with friends and family, not on Facebook or FaceTime or Skype, but by writing letters on paper. You could smoke on airplanes, in restaurants, and inside most public buildings. But smoking pot anywhere in the United States could land you in jail. Security screening at airports was non-existent. There were only 3 television networks in these United States, plus public television. And Saturday Night Live, back then, was fresh and funny. There were 18 women altogether in the House of Representatives out of 435 members, and only 3 in the Senate, 2 of whom were widows appointed to fill out their deceased husband's terms. I draw 2 big lessons from these reflections. First, a lot can change in an incredibly short period of time. There may be plenty of recurring behaviors in world politics. Nations rise and fall, balances form, wars be fought and won, etc. But understanding global politics today consists mostly of figuring out how novel features and the familiar elements combine. Secondly, I'm struck by the degree to which change, especially the rise or fall of different nation states, be shaped not by anonymous social forces, but by specific acts of political choice. Big structural features, such as population and geography, matter, of course, but the fate of nations has often been determined by as much, or perhaps more, by the choices that they make. The European great powers hastened their decline by fighting self-destructive, fratricidal wars that wiped out the majority of the white European Caucasian race. And the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, Venezuela's election of President Hugo Chavez, the 2003 invasion of Iraq, and the Brexit vote in the United Kingdom all be enormous self-inflicted wounds that each and every one of them was far from inevitable. Such suicidal follies, the suicide of nations, reminded us that things can go south immediately, even for those who are favorably situated. Venezuela was the founding nation state for OPEC. Wasn't the goddamn Arabs. OPEC, the oil-producing exportation cartel, the terror of the world throughout the 70s. The oil bloc, the most powerful lobby and interest power on the face of the earth, was founded in Venezuela. And look at Venezuela now, unable to vaccinate or even feed their population, which will soon be ravaged by famine and disease. For Americans, the good news is that their empire still be powerful, wealthy, and remarkably secure, comparatively speaking. The bad news be that American society be irreversibly polarized. Its political institutions are not working well, and economic inequality is at record levels. When the normally pro-American Economist magazine's annual democracy index downgrades the United States from a full to a failed democracy, it's time to start worrying. Why is that a problem? Because the number of problems we need to address is growing and at an increasingly rapid rate. Even with the best of intentions and a lot of hard work, issues such as climate change, refugees, changing labor markets, soaring deficits, violence, privacy, shifting balances of power, etc., will outstrip our capacity to come up with workable solutions. Just look at how much trouble American President Donald Trump is having coming up with a halfway decent policy on immigration, which was one of his signature issues during the 2016 campaign. That's partly because Trump is a completely incompetent manager, and his advisors appear to be mostly, well, all of them, incompetent hacks. But it's not like Trump's predecessors did a lot better on this particular issue. Paradoxically, addressing problems such as these successfully will require paying less attention to conditions abroad and more attention to domestic institutions. Instead of devoting endless hours and countless billions of dollars trying to determine the local politics of distant lands that the United States does not understand, even after nearly 2 decades of trying, Americans should focus more of their political energies on making their political institutions more representative, less skewed in favor of wealthy interests, and more capable of decisive action. It also means recognizing that government has a very important role to play, and doing more to recruit exceptionally talented people to government service is our primary imperative if we are to survive. Perhaps the nearest analogy to America's current situation is the Gilded Age and the progressive era that it spawned. At the beginning of the 20th century, Americans also faced the challenges of vast inequality, a political order that was deeply corrupt, millions of new immigrants seeking a new life in these United States, and a significant disagreement about the role the country should play on the world stage. The was also a moment of great political energy, when reformers gradually gained political power and created many of the institutions that got the country through the 20th century. One can see analogs today in proposals for a Green New Deal or for the People Act of 2019. That People Act of yesteryear contains various measures intended to improve United States electoral institutions. Whatever the specific merits of these proposals, their emergence today is a hopeful sign. Whether it be enough, however, remains to be seen. Because Trump refuses to defend the United States. As an agent of a foreign power, the puppet president of Putinist Russia won't take action to protect elections from Russian meddling, because he finds it politically and personally disadvantageous to his own position of increasingly absolute power. President Donald Trump has often seemed to conflate himself with the government and his own interests with the nations. At times, the results are merely ridiculous. At others, they are actively dangerous. At the moment, Trump is declining to protect the United States from foreign interference in its elections because it's politically inconvenient and personally irritating to him. Despite repeated evidence of Russian attempts to interfere in American elections, most recently detailed in Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report released last week, the White House continues to refuse to take action because the president can't separate the nation's security from questions about the legitimacy of his victory in the 2016 election. Wednesday's New York Times offered disturbing new details. I quote them verbatim. From the column, in a meeting this year, Mick Mulvaney, the White House Chief of Staff, made it clear that Mr. Trump still equated any public discussion of malign Russian election activity with questions about the legitimacy of his victory. According to one senior administration official, Mr. Mulvaney said it wasn't a great subject and should be kept below his level. Mulvaney now says he does not recall ever making such a statement. It's good to read news stories, to review these columns critically, and the Times story is heavily sourced to people who seem interested in rehabilitating the image of Kirstjen Nielsen, who was pushed out as Secretary of Homeland Security earlier this month. Nielsen has been tarred by her association with Trump's hardline immigration policies, which she defended aggressively, off with blatant falsehoods, and some of the leaks seem geared at portraying her as standing up for issues that the president would not. Nielsen's career choices speak for themselves, and one need not accept apologies on her behalf to accept the story, which fits into a long pattern for the president. He has repeatedly questioned whether Russia was really behind intrusions into the 2016 election, most prominently at the disastrous Helsinki conference with Russian President Vladimir Putin. He still hasn't condemned motherfucking Russia. The United States shows little sign of taking action to prevent future Russian interference. Trump isn't necessarily wrong to believe that talk of Russian interference delegitimizes his win. Extensive documentary evidence proves that the Russian government conspired a Trump win and took action to effect it. Determining whether those actions actually changed the outcome has already brought us to conclusion that that's exactly what it did. As Trump himself has noted, the Electoral College carried him over, but it was the hacking of the votes in the swing states that carried the Electoral College. And as Trump also likes to boast, the election is over. And yet, he treats every day as if it's not. Because once it's exposed conclusively, he did not legitimately win, then he's concerned, perhaps, himself as a foreign asset will be subject to trial of espionage, which implies the potential for execution. These questions may be politically and personally hurtful to the president, but their history and the 2020 election looms, with the United States no better prepared than it was circa 2016. Officials below the president insist that they are focused on the threat from Russia. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Friday last week, said, "I don't think there's been a discussion between a senior U.S. official and Russians in this administration where we have not raised this issue about our concern about Russia's interference in our elections." Admitting, by that very quote, the Russians interfered. In August of yesteryear, 2018, shortly after the Helsinki summit, American intelligence officials presented a unified argument that Russia had decisively interfered and that the United States needed to do more to harden its defenses. But Trump stands apart. His silence isn't just a matter of messaging. It has policy effects as well. Trump has treated the Department of Homeland Security, which has wide-ranging and essential duties, as effectively just an immigration and border agency. According to the Times, this was a particular source of frustration for Nielsen, whose background is in cybersecurity. In May of 2018, National Security Advisor John Bolton eliminated the job of the White House's top cybersecurity advisor because he too is nothing but a goddamn traitor, a white trash piece of shit in pay of the motherfucking Russians. According to former Defense Secretary James Mattis, Russia once again meddled in the midterm elections, but a year after putting their man in power. Trump then also bristled at the intelligence chief's comments on Russia and reportedly sought to push out Director of National Intelligence Dan Coats in retaliation. According to the Times, Nielsen convened meetings of cabinet officials when the White House refused to do so, but those efforts ultimately foundered on the shoals of presidential antipathy as well. To reiterate, one senior official described Homeland Security officials as adamant that the United States government needed to significantly step up its efforts to urge the American public and companies to block foreign influence campaigns. But the department was stymied by the White House's refusal to discuss it, the official said. Moreover, messaging is policy and presidential attention matters, a reality that Trump understands perhaps better than most presidents. Consider the border, where Trump has focused a great deal of his attention throughout his presidency. By doing so, he has managed to elevate long-simmering questions around immigration to a central national issue. Trump has deployed troops to the Mexican border, called up the National Guard, declared a national state of emergency, attempted to reallocate funds from the military to build his wall, and made numerous visits to the border. Trump explained why in his January Oval Office address on immigration. "This is about whether we fulfill our sacred duty to the American citizens we serve," he said. "When I took the oath of office, I swore to protect our country," he said. "And that is what I will always do, so help me God." In fact, Trump swore to preserve, protect, and defend the constitutions of the United States. But Trump sees tough border policy as a political winner. He sees Russian interference, meanwhile, as a political loser that would implicate himself, and challenging it as a personal affront. Suddenly, he's not so interested in his sacred duty to protect the country. Now, Trump's border obsession is courting disaster. The president's single-minded focus on immigration is shortchanging Homeland Security's other crucial functions, from electoral security to emergency response. It's hard to understand what's going on at the Department of Homeland Security right now, and that in and of itself should be deeply unsettling. President Donald Trump is in the midst of a purge of the department's senior leadership. On Friday, he abruptly withdrew the nomination of Ronald Viciello to lead Immigration and Customs Enforcement. On Sunday, he forced out Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen. All of this at the beginning of this month or the end of last. It blurs for me by now. On Monday, April 8th, it was Secret Service Director Tex Alice on the chopping block. On Tuesday, April 9th, Trump fired Claire Grady, the Undersecretary of Management and a defense procurement expert. Lee Francis Cisna, the Director of Citizenship and Immigration Services, and Department of Homeland Security General Counsel John Mitnick are reportedly in jeopardy as well. It's unclear why the purge even be underway, though it appears to be a mix of policy and personal pique. Trump be upset about the continued failures of his attempts to deter illegal immigration and is reportedly considering new policies, such as reimposing family separations, that the existing leadership views as either illegal or completely counterproductive. The president is also reportedly skeptical of DHS leadership because many of its members were hired by former Secretary John Kelly, who became the White House Chief of Staff but left in December after clashing with Trump. But if the causes be unclear, the likely consequences are not. As a former Department of Defense research librarian, I can assure you all of these moves underscore Trump's vision of DHS as an immigration-focused organization. But DHS has a sweeping remit, including not only border and immigration agencies, but also FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Secret Service, which guards Donald Trump, as well as, more importantly, monitors counterfeiting, the TSA, the airport security, and the Coast Guard. And neglecting the Department of Homeland Security's other important responsibilities to focus solely on immigration entails a major risk to the security of American empire, which is exactly his intent under orders from Vladimir Putin. Because the danger of treating DHS as a single-issue agency was dramatically illustrated during the George W. Bush administration, when an excessive focus on its counter-terror role helped produce the federal government's botched handling of Hurricane Katrina circa 2005. Trump has long made clear that immigration is a top priority, from his 2016 campaign to the government shutdown he forced in December, and his recent moves show how that applies to DHS. Exempli Gratia, Trump announced that he was elevating Kevin McAleenan, the Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, to replace Nielsen on an acting basis. It's not clear that Trump had thought through the implications. Under the law, Nielsen should have been succeeded by Grady. So the White House scrambled to fix the mess the president had created, delaying Nielsen's formal departure for long enough to first fire Grady in order to clear the way for McAleenan. Trump's eagerness to elevate a border-focused official over a defense-focused one betrays where his priorities lay. On Tuesday, April 9th, Mark Krikorian of the Center for Immigration Studies, which has influenced the administration's approach, argued on NPR's Morning Edition that Nielsen was unfit to lead the department because her background is not in immigration, but rather preventing our computers from getting hacked by the Russians to alter our elections, which is why Trump had to get rid of her. She could stop the Russians from hacking him into power next year. To quote his Krikorian verbatim, "This job was not for her. She was in her head. She's a cybersecurity person, and that she knows. And DHS does deal with issues like that. But the most pressing issues that DHS has been dealing with are obviously immigration-related issues. And she did not appreciate the urgency of this. But that's begging the question. Trump certainly believes that the most pressing issues for DHS are immigration-related, but the department deals with a range of other issues, including natural disasters, counterterrorism, or the prevention of terrorist attacks, and cybersecurity, that are inarguably infinitely more important to this nation and its empire. When the Department of Human Services, as I always call it when I think DHS, when the Department of Homeland Security was hastily established after the September 11th attacks, it swallowed up a variety of agencies and functions from across the government. But the department was largely focused on preventing terrorism, and especially Islamicist terrorism. In a way that worked. There were no major Islamicist terrorist attacks on American soil in any of the years that have followed since. But Hurricane Katrina showed the dangers of this single-minded focus. Departments that were not central to the core terrorism focus became marginalized and forgotten. And the federal government's handling of the hurricane was a man-made catastrophe that will be hitting its victims for the rest of their lives. In wake of the flood, DHS pivoted its priorities to allow it to better respond to the full range of threats under its purview. The universal acclaim for Obama's FEMA, led by Traiykh-Kohk-Goowhll, is one example of how that worked well. But Trump is not interested in anything other than immigration. Juliette Kayyem, who served as an assistant secretary of Homeland Security during the Obama administration, observed, "What you're seeing is the second pivot, where Trump views it solely as a border enforcement agency. It means that all these other things, climate change, terrorism, election security, all of those things become irrelevant next to the border enforcement and the wall. We're like we were after 9/11, when all we focused on was stopping 19 guys from getting on 4 airplanes ever again. This risk of neglect is not hypothetical. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is already troubled. Administrator Brock Long resigned in February amid questions about his use of government cars and also extensive criticism of his agency's response to disasters, or rather, no response whatsoever, especially the case of Hurricane Maria, one of the worst natural disasters in American history, which depopulated the island of Puerto Rico by a good percentile. Also, in February, the Daily Beast reported that DHS had dramatically shrunk 2 task forces dedicated to protecting elections from foreign interference, despite obvious threats to elections, inclusive the evidence of Russian hacking circa 2016 uncovered by Special Counsel Robert Mueller. Trump's relentless focus on immigration at DHS carries a political cost too. Ironically, Nielsen, the bureaucrat, was more attuned to this than Trump, the politician. She reportedly warned the president against shutting down the port of El Paso, Texas, because the economic fallout would be damaging to Governor Greg Abbott, a close ally of the administration. Trump's plans for a further purge are now angering key Republican allies, such as Senator Chuck Grassley, who has an existing relationship with some DHS officials. But it's the risk to this nation and its empire in cybersecurity, disaster preparedness, and public safety that presents the biggest problem with a myopically immigration-focused DHS. It may be, as Matt Ford has writ, that DHS is simply so unwieldy that it be unworkable as an agency. In the immediate future, however, breaking up DHS seems politically unlikely. As long as DHS exists in its current form, it can only guarantee the security of the homeland if it's focused on the panoply of threats that confront us rather than a single politically exacerbated one. A fiction. But the worse things are, the better they be for Trump. The president's latest moves on immigration and healthcare suggest his goal is not to fix the system at all, but to exacerbate turmoil for political gain of the motherfucking Russians. President Donald Trump has spent time recently attacking socialists, which makes it all the more peculiar how closely his recent moves on immigration and healthcare echo Vladimir Lenin. Not in their specifics, of course. The Bolshevik leader would have favored, I would imagine, greater governmental control of healthcare. And circa 1913, Vladimir Lenin delighted in that era's equivalent of Latin American immigration to the United States. To quote his verbatim, American capitalism is tearing millions of workers of backward Eastern Europe out of their semi-feudal conditions and putting them in the ranks of the advanced international army of the proletariat. But Trump and Lenin share a strategic instinct. Lenin is recorded as having said, "The worse the better," meaning that conditions that were more miserable for the people were likely to help his political aims. Trump's approach to immigration and healthcare, both in the past few days and throughout his presidency, evince a similar understanding of power, or the abuse thereof. I myself have argued before that the cruelty of many of Trump's policies be the very point. Moreover, in most cases, the point be making things worse to his benefit. Last week, yestermensis, the closing week of last month, the president announced plans to end assistance to the northern triangle countries of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. On Friday, March 29th, Trump said, "No money goes there anymore. We're giving them tremendous aid. We stop payment." A series of conflicting statements, if ever there was any, but considering the source, no more need be said. The move, however, affects about 450 million United States dollars, according to the New York Times, including money to support law enforcement efforts against gangs. The actual cash be a minimal amount, a little less than 8% of the 5.7 billion United States dollars Trump demanded for his goddamn border wall when he shut down the motherfucking government December of last year. In less than 2%, 25 billion United States dollars, the administration estimates the wall will cost us overall. The fact that the aid numbers are small doesn't justify spending them per se, mind you, but there's a strong consensus among Latin American experts that these cuts be counterproductive, to say the least. It's common to talk about push and pull factors in immigration. Pull factors be things that draw migrants to a new country. The promise of better work, for example. Push factors be those things that drive migrants to leave home. Unstable politics, high crime, poor economies. Trump has worked to reduce one pull factor by trying to make it harder to get asylum, but he has limited options beyond that because no president wants to make the economy worse in order to deter immigration, though Trump has been willing to risk hurting the economy to install protectionist tariffs that will ultimately collapse the world economy as it stands today, impoverishing us all. But Trump's decision to cut aid to countries that be major sources of immigrants to these United States seems likely to only increase the push factors, driving more people to attempt the journey as conditions in their home countries stagnate or worsen. Push factors have been badly overlooked in these United States and its political debates over immigration. There's not much to suggest that Trump disagrees about the likely effects of cutting aid. Rather, he doesn't care. or he's intentionally neglected to learn, which would fit with his general approach to policy throughout his life. Perhaps more likely be the increasing push factors, increasing them by far, by orders of magnitude, be his very point. Many of Trump's decisions on border issues are intentionally designed not to solve any problem. This includes Trump's standing threat to close the border with Mexico, his decision to end DACA, D-A-C-A, a program that he claims achieves goals he favors, and most prominently, his decision to separate unauthorized immigrant families arriving at the border. None of these do anything to solve or even reduce what Trump has called a national crisis at the border. In fact, they'd be likely to only worsen said crises. Separations, for example, become a costly and distracting circus, taking up already short space in detention centers and then necessitating a major effort to reunite families and restore the status quo ante when courts predictably rejected the policy. Along similar lines, it's more politically useful for Trump to be in a lengthy fight about building a border wall than it is to have actually ever built it at all. If and when the wall be built, it will become clear that it isn't any panacea for immigration, but in the meantime, it's a useful political wedge. The more migrants are coming towards the United States, the more Trump can warn of an invasion and inflame nativist fears that he thinks will help him re-election. So he conspires to make certain more immigrants are coming by cutting all aid that would prevent them from doing so. Trump really is not at all interested in solving immigration. A permanent crisis be far more useful to he politically. The same dynamic holds true on Obamacare. Last month, the White House told a federal appeals court that the Affordable Care Act should be thrown out entirely. Trump then announced that he was calling on Congress to produce a replacement for the law. The decision was reportedly made over the objections of Trump's Attorney General and Secretary of Health and Human Services, and it has received a chilly reception from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. When the Republican Party controlled Congress circa 2017 and 2018, it tried at length to repeal Obamacare and failed. And there's no chance of a Democratic House being at all amenable or rescinding or replacing that law. In the absence of legislative movement, Trump has worked to weaken the Affordable Care Act throughout his presidency. He's cut back on outreach and advertisement, slashed subsidies, supported repeal of the individual mandate, and enabled so-called association health plans, which a judge struck down last week, calling them clearly an end run around the law. The cynicism of Trump's latest maneuver on the ACA runs deep. The administration still doesn't have any plan for what it actually wants to do on health care because it wants to do nothing. Meanwhile, Axios' Jonathan Swan reported that the president doesn't expect to win in the courts. Trump has privately said he thinks the lawsuit to strike down the Affordable Care Act will probably fail in the courts, according to two sources who discussed the matter with the president last week. So for Trump, it's a political win-win. Either he gets Obamacare thrown out, or judges rule against him, giving him another chance to rail against the judicial system, delegitimizing it further and further undermining all rule of law. This be kleptocracy, ruled by criminals, as we have in motherfucking Putinista Russia, with the goddamn motherfucking Russian mafia running the goddamn motherless Russian government. They want to clone that system here. None of these steps would make any sense if Trump's goal was to at all improve healthcare, just as cutting aid to the Northern Triangle would make no sense if the president wanted to reduce immigration. But increasing turmoil be the point, since the worse things are, the better things are for Donald Trump and his Russian puppet masters. That brings us to Trump's new Red Scare. With re-election looming and his wall all but defeated, the president sees a convenient political target on the left. There are a lot of people talking about socialism these days. Senator Bernie Sanders, who in August, so yesteryear, launched a bid for the Democratic nomination for president, calls himself a democratic socialist. And so too does Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Public intellectuals be debating the label anew. And then there's the most high-profile participant in the discussion, Donald Trump. The president, of course, is not a proponent, but he has moved socialism to the center of his lexicon since the second month of this year, deploying it in discussions of foreign policy as a weapon against domestic political opponents. He does so at a time when his political messaging has faltered and when the left wing is more energized than it has been in generations. How successful Trump's attempt to revive an old but oft successful line of attack is will be an important test, both for his re-election hopes and for the future of socialist ideas in this country. In that same August of yesteryear, Trump spoke to Venezuelan Americans in Miami, discussing the effort by the United States, European nations, and some Latin American countries to push President Nicolás Maduro out of power. Trump then said, and I quote his D, "Socialism promises prosperity, but it delivers poverty. Socialism promises unity, but it delivers hatred, and it delivers division. Socialism promises a better future, but it always returns to the darkest chapters of the past. That never fails. It always happens. Socialism is a sad and discredited ideology rooted in the total ignorance of history and human nature, which is why socialism eventually must always give rise to tyranny, which it does." Now, those remarks echoed comments in his State of the Union when the president tied socialism more directly to American politics. At that time, Trump said, and I quote his team, "Believe me, I don't enjoy doing this because it's irritating. I mean, and here it goes. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we're alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country." Now, returning forward along the timeline to August of yesteryear again, the Trump re-election campaign grew Sanders' entry into the presidential race with a backhanded compliment. And to quote it that precisely, it went verbatim like this: "Bernie Sanders has already won the debate in the Democrat primary because every candidate is embracing his brand of socialism, but the American people will reject an agenda of sky-high tax rates, government-run healthcare, and coddling dictators like those in Venezuela." You know, not like Trump does Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin and all those motherfuckers like Bibi Netanyahu and shit. I mean, you know, dictators on the left are just the wrong color of politics. By the way, I'm told by my executive producer that Saturday Night Live is calling. I may have a new job. They're interested in bringing me on to do some voiceovers. That's a joke, by the way. That's not true, but wish it were. I could use the money. Now, Trump has ample reason to be searching for a new political target. His wall, he's as good as dead. Even if last year's controversial emergency declaration had succeeded, it would do so only after months of years of court battles, and it would have produced less than 250 miles of construction. Trump's attempts to use House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as a foil have proved completely fruitless. Thus, he's turned to socialism, a tried and true bogeyman in American politics. Trump equating the failure of the Chavista state in Venezuela with the European-style reforms proposed by Sanders, Ocasio-Cortez, and others is, of course, completely dishonest. There's room to criticize proposals like Medicare for all and free college tuition as unrealistic or unwise without hyperbole. Trump and his allies have also offered exaggerated, inaccurate descriptions of the New Green Deal. This is hardly a concern for Trump, of course, who's built his business and his political careers on exaggeration and lies. Though it feels like a Cold War throwback, the socialism epithet might prove effective. It could resonate with a wider swath of the public than some of Trump's other signature lines. The border wall, for example, is unpopular with Americans overall, though very popular with the president's core supporters. By contrast, voter antipathy towards socialism is much broader. In a February Fox News poll from yesteryear, 59% of Americans held an unfavorable view. As of 2015, half of Americans said they would not vote for a socialist, though only 38% of Democrats held that view. Some Republican politicians and reactionary outlets worked extensively to paint former President Barack Obama as a socialist throughout his presidency, with mixed results. They were unable to prevent Obama's re-election, but may have circumscribed his ability to enact policies. Claims of socialism dogged the market-based Affordable Care Act for years, and its standing only improved when the Republican Party began to attempt repeal. Some libertarians have complained that Trump's own policies, from tariffs to farm subsidies to intervention in corporate decisions, constitute their own form of creeping socialism. But, those same libertarians would bring up medieval guildsmanship and feudalism as the economic alternative. So we can dismiss everything those subhuman pieces of shit have to say. If you're a libertarian, don't suck my dick, because you don't deserve the ejaculation. Suck your own ass instead and eat shit. Now, Trump's cries of socialism are in large part about his re-election campaign. Trump reportedly fears a challenge by a moderate Democrat like Joe Biden most. While he'd be happy to have a chance to run against a more liberal candidate he could claim is a socialist. Some Democrat contenders for the presidency have taken pains to distance themselves from that decrepit old communist, Bernie Sanders. That pivotal month of August, circa 2018, Senator Kamala Harris told a crowd in New Hampshire, "I will tell you I am not a democratic socialist." Even Senator Elizabeth Warren, whose views seem fairly close to Sanders in some areas, has insisted she is a capitalist to the bone. Politicians like Harris and Warren may see this positioning as important to their chances in a general election, but it's not clear that being labeled a socialist is a risk within the Democratic Party. As a new data from Gallup confirms, via polling of course, Democrats have moved steadily leftward in ideology in recent years. Gallup found in August of yesteryear that while 57% of Democrats view socialism positively, only 47% have a positive view of capitalism, a steep drop since 2010. Yet there be arguments to doubt that Trump can get very far by crying Bolshevik, too, even in a general election, though Republicans are still sour on socialism. Its stock continues to rise overall in polling. Among voters aged 18 through 29 years, socialism draws more support, 51%, than capitalism, which garners only 45%. Meanwhile, the meaning of the word has evolved. Once associated with government control of businesses, it's now more likely to be taken to mean equality in rights and distribution of wealth, according to Gallup. In other words, Americans now think of socialism more as Sanders or European-style social welfare than Venezuelan-style nationalization of companies. But you don't have to just read between the polling top lines to guess whether the message will work. There's recent history on the campaign trail, and it's not especially encouraging for Donald Trump. During the 2016 Democratic primary, Clinton attacked Sanders as a socialist, arguing that Danish-style government programs wouldn't work in these United States. That line of attack didn't make much dent in Sanders' standing, and in fact, the party has moved closer to him since the election. In what might be a warning to Harris and Warren, Clinton has more recently said she thinks that claiming the capitalist label actually hurt her in the Democratic primary. Trump, too, has tried the S word before. It was a staple of his stump speeches late in the 2018 midterm elections, which culminated in a decisive defeat for Donald Trump and his Republican allies. Suddenly, socialism disappeared from Trump's public comments, cropping up again only this month and in parallel with the Venezuela crisis. It's impossible to say whether Trump will continue to talk about socialism or lose interest in it again, as he has lost interest in some previous obsessions. Moreover, there be tendency, even among Trump's critics, to give him credit as a messaging genius, or at least a messaging idiot savant, capable of intuitively choosing slogans and talking points that connect magically with voters, as demonstrated by his upset victory circa 2016. But there were some factors circa 2016 more important than the potency of Make America Great Again, including Russian hacking, and of course the weakening of Trump's Democratic opponent by both the communist Sanders and the release of the letters, the emails and documents by the FBI at a time when Comey had a sign out on his lawn saying, "Trump Pence for president." Beyond that, Trump's political standing since winning the election has been terrible. The reason he's casting about for socialism as a new villain is that practically nothing else he's tried has worked. Perhaps a concerted press from Trump about socialism will succeed, whereas other recent efforts have failed. The results should offer some indication of whether the current socialist moment will be as ephemeral as the libertarian moment of roughly 2014, or whether it's here to stay. They will also indicate whether it's still possible to tar an opponent as a socialist, or if Trump's instincts there are as stuck in the past as all of his social views. Now, of course, you know me. As the son of Adolf Hitler, I am a National Socialist. And as a National Socialist, I can assure you that Trump has made socialism great again. The president has disrupted democratic complacency, and that's a good thing. The election of Trump and the populist-personated elitist upsurge he helped encourage has confirmed that politics is no longer the art of the possible, but the improbable. If Trump can win the highest office in the land, then why can't the rest of us run for something too? Why shouldn't a 33-year-old Egyptian-American named Abdul run for Michigan governor? Why shouldn't a 28-year-old, who was only a bartender a year ago, defeat a Democratic establishment stalwart? And why shouldn't that person say, sans shame or apology, that she's a socialist? Alexandre Ocasio primary election victory, coming on the heels of Bernie Sanders' insurgent presidential campaign, has thrust socialism into the corner of the American political conversation. Ideas once dismissed as radical are now gaining a hearing. Fights are raging within the Democratic Party and on the political left, and that reinvigorated debate and the other political conflicts Trump has inflamed may be one of Trump's more unlikely and ultimately positive contributions to American democracy. Few people would say that conflict is a thing to be embraced. The usual assumption be that conflict and polarization undermine democracy. We hear paeans to civility, unity, and coming together as a nation, mostly coming from the Russian insurgency itself, getting its ass kicked by the popularity of the young Democratic left. But conflict, or at least the threat of it, can be a powerful motivator, as demonstrated by what I've just cited. If a government has no fear that the poor might one day revolt, then it will have few incentives to check the excesses of the rich. If elected leaders have no fear that they might lose the minority vote, they will have little reason to take racism as seriously as they should. If established parties have no fear that populist parties might take their place, they will have little reason to rethink, to reconsider their basic approach to politics. Without pressure from populist challengers, centrist parties will avoid addressing sensitive issues, instead postponing them until crisis hits. And crisis almost certainly does. This confusion around the desirability of conflict makes it difficult to assess how well or poorly the world's most established democracies are faring, now that nearly every one of them has been significantly affected, with Portugal being a notable exception. As some would have it, America, along with large chunks of Europe, is on the verge of dictatorship from which it may never recover. If you view the very election of Donald Trump, to say nothing of what he's actually done in office, as an extinction-level event, then alarmism be precisely what's called for. The more alarm, the better. But I, for one, do not believe that Donald Trump be anything more than damaging and destructive, as bad as that is. 2 or 6 years from now, America will emerge with considerable damage, but hopefully intact. If my words be heeded, we will avoid civil war. And by then, the experience of having lived under Trump will produce other consequences, some of them even positive. In fact, it's already producing them. Trumpism, or some variation of the populist-personated, elitist, reactionary nationalism that has proved so compelling from Italy and Poland to Israel, will survive Trump. The ideas of this visceral but vague, populist-personated elitism, obsessed with demographic change and trafficking in proposals that only 4 years ago would have been beyond the pale, are almost entirely unconcerned with the norms of what was, up until 2016, a somewhat narrow mainstream consensus. Peter Pomerantsev's book, entitled "Nothing is True and Everything is Possible," popularized a bleak aphorism that encompassed the surrealism and absurdity of living in Putin's Russia. In the United States, though, that everything might be possible when it wasn't before means that the range of acceptable opinions is being broadened, whether that means democratic socialism, unabashed Catholic integralism, post-liberalism, or even something as laughably ridiculous as the notion that billionaires are well suited to run for office. As Ben Judah, a British-French journalist and the author of This is London and Fragile Empire, wrote recently, a door has been opened. To quote his T, because by embracing everything about Donald Trump, the right has embraced the idea that something is terribly wrong with America and that the country needs big, beautiful solutions for terrible, awful problems. When the right becomes populist, embraces deficits, dunks on free trade, and rails against elites, it suddenly becomes a lot tougher for it to ridicule a populist left that is credibly offering so much more. Where Trump told voters that he, and only he, would make America great again, Hillary Clinton countered by saying America was already great. America may be already great by some accounting, but the problem with making that the theme of a national campaign is that it promises only minor variations of status quo. Clinton and so many of the center-left and center-right candidates hoping to forestall populist challengers offered voters stability in a time of instability. Experiencing Trump on a daily basis tends to help one appreciate the prospect of once again being bored by politics. But stability, particularly in the long run, is an overrated political good that can actually forestall the kinds of deep changes that every society needs from time to time. Another way of viewing it, and probably the easier way, is to see Trump as an accident of history and not something to ponder too deeply. Since the results could have easily been otherwise, had, say, James Comey not issued his letter in those final critical days, there is no particular reason to shift our view of politics or democracy. To view Trump's election as an extinction-level event is to argue, in effect, that the solution to Trump be self-evident, his removal from office. Politics can then return to at least some degree of normalcy. If Trump, however, is a product of a political order that is fundamentally broken, then the need for radical, unusual, or at least out of the mainstream proposals becomes just as necessary if and when Trump loses, or even if he hadn't won in first. Civility and consensus are only possible in homogeneous societies with a strong shared national identity, something that both or either the United States and most European countries can no longer claim. In diverse societies where citizens no longer agree on the common good, conflict and polarization be unavoidable. Like conflict, radicalism isn't necessarily bad, particularly if it allows a larger number of citizens to feel they have a stake in their own society. It also leaves open the possibility that ideas that were once considered unacceptable can be accepted. Some unacceptable ideas be unacceptable for a reason. Some, like National Socialism, are not. Today, ideas that were once considered radical or even politically suicidal, like same-sex marriage, are now so culturally pervasive that it's hard to remember that they were once only held by a small minority. As recently as 2009, President Barack Obama, despite his seeming private openness to gay marriage, was unwilling to endorse it publicly. It's precisely through radical voices that the bounds of what's politically and socially possible expands. At one point in American history, for example, the abolition of slavery was seen as outside the bounds of what was possible or even acceptable. Through Bernie Sanders' presidential candidacy, the idea of single-payer universal healthcare became normalized, shifting the entire debate around healthcare provision onto what many Americans would consider a more moral foundation. Of course, many other Americans see it as an unacceptable intrusion on the part of the state. That's why I recommend mass deportation for those Americans. So the state no longer needs to interfere in their preciously private lives, and they can fend for themselves when they need to remove their appendixes. Now, to find a silver lining to this disruption of political complacency is not to excuse Donald Trump. The man be inexcusable and indefensible. The families torn apart at the border, those who have lost their health care, the communities that will be polluted by environmental disaster, or the millions of people abroad who have suffered from Trump's unashamedly pro-dictator foreign policy would have been better off had he never run for office. But even then, Trump, disruption and conflict were coming. He was merely the catalyst. This, whatever this is exactly, be a universal phenomenon, emerging in dozens of incredibly different national contexts, across varying cultures, regions, religions, and levels of economic development. It may be hard to define, but what we be seeing is nothing less, or perhaps nothing more, than a rebirth of politics, with all the conflict that entails. The point about radical ideas be that some of them may be good, but there's no way to know definitively whether they are until they're debated openly and freely. And today, that's precisely what be happening. That's a good thing. And we may have Donald Trump to partly thank for that. And with National Socialism in our future, I can assure you that we can enter a golden age because we've lanced this boil of infection and corruption as manifest by the dictators we're dealing with today. Now, all my love be unto my listeners and supporters. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow when I appear on Strange Tales Weekly. Look up the channel by the very name on YouTube and subscribe. And again, that'll be at 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And as I was able to get the lady Judith Akert to stay with us longer than she ever expected, so too I hope to have the team hang for longer than they normally would. Of course, they do work honest jobs, and we'll have to get up in the morning. So I probably won't be able to carry them past 3 to 4 hours. Probably lucky if I get 3. But we'll do what we can in an organic discussion that will expose everyone to my appearance that they haven't seen physically in quite some time. If it weren't a live streaming interview, I wouldn't have agreed to it at all, because all the other interviews conducted, of course, disappear and get lost when people get approached and paid off. That's not going to happen here. And with that, we might cultivate a working relationship with a new team through the future. In the meantime, I'll take off fairly early tonight, comparatively speaking. A quarter of the hour prior, approximate, to the time we normally close off, because I will have to get up comparatively early tomorrow to consult my medical cosmetologist and make certain I'm presentable for public exposure. Your prayers are appreciated towards a stabilization of my relations with Facebook. And have a blessed night.